You can't do crime in Crime Alleyway without us knowing. We won't do anything about it, but it's going on your permanent record.
Right, but you can't stop them from doing crime in Crime Alley because it's Crime Alley.
Exactly. No one's gonna mess with crime. They're scary there in Crime Alleyway, but we know about it. God damn it.
Exactly.
Okay, I have one question. So this was the day where Streak and I are following this guy.
That's the same night.
It's the same night. I know it's the same night as the meeting, but is it the same night as all the other stuff that happened? I'm trying to figure out if we slept in that.
Yeah, I think it's all the same days as when we went into the sewers.
My understanding was
Frey is still traumatized.
Yeah, because you guys heard about the shit getting moved, then you panicked, then you ran, then...
Okay, so me having 2 spell slots is wrong then. Okay.
Yeah, this is like the evening of that day.
Yeah,
because we started in the morning of the day, and now this is the evening of that day.
Yeah, like it's right as the curfew is getting put into effect.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, Frey went to bed early, but he's doing his spying, or he was doing his spying. Now there's nothing to spy on.
The lovely curfew that means only the guards are allowed out.
Is that throughout the whole city, or is that just the rich person district?
It's the whole city's on curfew.
Well,
but they magically locked down like the palace district.
Yeah, the palace district is it is literally on lockdown, but there is a curfew on the rest of the city as well.
And Abney's hanging out with Frey.
Yep.
Oh god.
So we're back at the house?
With the exception of Rohan and Streak.
Who we will be beginning with, because I miss Streak. As much fun as it is to play him.
You do play a very good Streak.
I love playing, like, so much fun to play. I'm waiting for Alex to miss a session. I want to do a Mira.
I find it so funny that when I play Streak, I pitch my voice slightly lower and you pitch your voice slightly higher. I just found the dichotomy funny.
Oh, well. It's because, like, Streak, like, in my head, like, everything's kind of a question, so, like, you know, he has to, like, what? Are you sure? Okay, I guess we'll do that. Like, he's got, like, a little bit of that, like, you know, everything's a question because he's never really confident. So he's got upward inflection at the end of every sentence.
Streak has full-on podcast.
All right, yeah, we're gonna go and stalk this man, and I guess we'll find out what's going on.
Yay, okay.
And then you just add in a couple of, fuck, dude, I don't know. And it's like, there's Streak. Stressed about...
That's the formula.
Yeah, stressed about everything that's going on.
But unable to articulate that stress.
Well... yeah, I mean...
That's what the swearing is for.
That seems very articulate. Just swear constantly. Also, one last thing as we are getting started here. Yo, fuck this Discord update that adds the fucking activity above, like, the online people that you can't get rid of. What the fuck is that? I hate it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, what?
This shit. Shit up here.
Yeah, it says activity, Frey, Fields of Mysteria.
Oh, yeah.
What? I'm not playing right now.
One day ago, you played Fields of Mysteria, and you need to make sure that everyone in the server knows that.
Oh, there's new... Oh.
Yeah, it's awful. It clogs up my shit.
Why is it a separate activity thing? Because I thought that
I don't know, I hate it! I hate it! There's no way to get rid of it that I found. Discord, stop trying to turn my fucking RPG server into a goddamn social media site. I don't need to know that Ronnie played Fields of Mystria yesterday for the first time.
Oh my god.
I need everyone to know that I played Nightingale for the first time, and everyone else should.
Yeah, I don't have that. I can't see what you played.
Wait, why?
Mine also does not have this.
After hiding in the basement of a lovely estate for quite a lot of time and becoming uncomfortably close as you lived in a wine cellar. Your investigations into the inner workings of this group of corrupt guards in Artaviste finally took a turn as your hunt for, hopefully, a answer to Ozma MacBraonan's control and where he is and what he's doing led you to a meeting at an auction, which led you even further to another meeting, this one in the sewers, finding out about an explosive spark powder plot, the worries beyond it, and who knows what. Eventually, as you tried to ingratiate yourselves into this, find out what was happening, and investigate it further, hoping you would eventually be led to the head of this criminal beast, you were unfortunately stopped after finding out that, well, your investigation, your fighting, your everything had led them to panic. They were worried someone was onto them. They needed to move everything. So they did. And unfortunately, that meant needing to get in and find out where it was being moved. Your infiltration, though, was a success up until you had to move and ward the Palace District. Find out what was going on, follow, and find, hopefully, an answer. Hopefully, the meeting place, and hopefully the hideout for Ozma MacBraonan. But it was not to be, as you were headed off by a guard who was able to keep you there long enough, or keep you delayed long enough, that she was able to warn him and clear out. Unfortunately, this led to her death as well, as she seemed no longer useful to the cause. All signs pointed to something happening in Corval, but beyond that, something happening in Artaviste. For the first time in months, for the first time since he rose to power, Ozma MacBraonan was on the back foot running. But unfortunately, the city was on lockdown, and you all were forced to move through subterfuge, hoping possibly that one of the guards, Kellern, would be the answer. Rowan, you and Strieg followed a guard from a meeting that you are all able to spy upon in the most well spied upon alley in all of Artaviste. You made your way, following further and further into the city as a guard headed to, or one of the corrupt guards was heading to where Kellern was apparently staying, and it is here in the innermost workings of the city where you all waited. Well, where Rowan, you and Strieg waited, that we will begin. So I would ask unto you two. Strieg? Rowan? It is nightfall. The curfews are beginning here in Artaviste. Panic has set in. Explosions set off. The city going on lockdown, panic, and all manner of danger. Fear across. You're waiting, trying to find out what happened as this man that you followed is picking a lock, trying to break into a small, simple row of homes for the third one in the row, a simple townhome. What are you two doing? We're so fucking back, you guys!
Well, I had us follow because I wanted to at least have the option to stop him. I'm still on the earring with the others, so if they would like to, I don't know, do we want to stop him? Do we want to warn this guy? Do we want to kill the guy who's breaking in? I just kind of look over at Strieg like, it's on you, I guess.
Why is this on me?
I can't do anything. I can't fight people.
You have a crossbow too?
Please.
So you want me to kill a guy because he's going to kill another guy?
I want you to do what you think is right.
When have I ever known one that is?
Exactly.
Ah, fuck me. Is this guy, like, seeming to be successful in breaking in, or is he not doing a great job?
It seems like he's gonna take a minute. He's probably not the most well-versed in the lock-picking arts. The arts of legerdemain, if you will.
I mean, it's probably a good thing that a guard isn't good at picking locks.
Do we think we could get to the back of the house without alerting this guy?
Give me a int notice. See how, get an idea of what he's doing.
Okay.
Yeah, from where you are, yeah, you'd probably have to, like, circle down to, like, the alleyway, and then you could get in through the back.
Okay. I don't think I have made one good decision this whole campaign. So I'm leaving this up to Streak. I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, you do have the earring.
Yes, and the others, but it sounds like I don't know, if they have opinions, then they're free to chime in, but I'm...
Oh, we established Frey passed out from emotional stress and turmoil.
Yes.
I believe Garrett has the other earring?
Yes.
And then Mira is also with Garrett, I assume.
Yeah, I would think so.
At the estate. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So,
Well,
I mean...
I will list options that I can think of. We could try to warn this guy, the guy who lives there. We could kill the guy who's breaking in. We could wash our hands of this completely and walk away. We could cause some kind of distraction or loud noise or something and hope that the people inside wake up. It feels bad that this guy's gonna die because we chose to disguise ourselves as him and then didn't show up to this meeting. But,
I mean, it kind of seems like they were gonna kill him at the meeting.
That was their plan, based on... Yeah, reading between the lines, that's why they were meeting there.
Okay. Do we know if it's because of something that Streak did as this guy, or if if like they already had it out for him?
I would say, based on what you saw at the meeting, having, 4 different angles on their body language, being able to see everything that's going on, probably the fact that, Strieg as him was acting very weird. And they were very much like, they were given orders, can't be trusted, gotta go.
Okay. Well, there's all the information. What do you want to do, Streak?
I think he blinks at you and you can almost just, like, see the rainbow spinning wheel of death in his eyes.
Oh my god, that explains so much. Strieg runs on fucking Mac OS.
I was gonna say.
Yep.
Great. Do you want me to make a decision?
We could flip a coin?
I'm gonna walk towards the back of the house.
Literally flipping a coin on a man's life. I love it. Oh.
I'm gonna go to the back of the house and try to sneak over there. I really wanted to not make this decision. This guy's gonna die because of us.
Should I
One way
stay
or
on the
another.
front on the guy trying to break in?
Yeah,
Or
you've
should I
got
flip
a
you?
free shot. Like,
All right, I'll
from
stay
where
on
you're
him.
at, like.
Yeah, I guess just keep an eye on him. Yeah, I will go to the back and try to get in the back of the house.
As you are circling around the row of townhomes, making your way to the back, Strieg, you see as he begins jiggling and the door swings open.
Well, fuck it. I guess I'm taking the shot.
All right. To be clear, this is an execution attack.
That is correct.
All right.
'Cause I don't think Rohan's gonna get there in time to wake our man up.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. You don't miss your execution attacks.
No, I do not.
Okay, let me go ahead and...
What a wild character you've created.
He is something.
All right, a physical save at -4. Oh, and oh no, I'm sorry. -4, and I've been fucking this up. And your skill level, so your shoot is 2, so it's actually -6.
Great. It's adorable.
Oh.
Oh boy.
And as the door starts to swing open, and the body falls in the doorway. The door swings the rest of the way open.
Do I hear the door open?
From the other side,
And
no.
or the
It's not like
crossbow bolt?
slamming open. It just kind of the rest of the way.
Okay. I'm gonna go in, I guess. I don't know that this happened.
The back door,
Yeah.
it is locked.
Okay, great. I'm gonna go back.
You don't even try.
Oh, you forced
think I'm-
Streak to make the decision by walking away. I love it.
Yeah. I think in my head I'm like, well, this guy, like, I'm sure I'm not gonna pick this lock and get up there in time to not run into this guy, so I think it's better if I go back and we try to stop him from the front or whatever, if anything.
All right, you turn back towards the front. You begin circling around. As you do, Strieg,
Yes.
you, from your vantage point across the street, you can see that there are, like, Ducal guardsmen. Like, there is, it is sundown and they are enacting, curfews. They are probably no more than a couple minutes away at this point.
Would they be able to see me from where they are, or no?
Like, from the alley you're in on the other side, probably not. Like, there are some shadows, but they are going to see a door swung open with a body of a man gurgling blood and dying and who has bled out in the doorway.
Fair.
I would say
I mean,
you'd have, like, maybe 30 seconds if you wanted to do anything.
I mean, I don't think I can hide a body in 30 seconds. I think the most I would want to do in 30 seconds is grab Rohan and get us the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I'm ready to leave.
Well, unfortunately, Rowan's coming back from the alley and has to circle around a few homes, so Rowan's not going to be back for a couple minutes.
Can I meet him? I saw which direction he went.
Yeah, you can head down that way.
Then I will start heading towards him.
All right, lovely. You make your way down that way. As you do, you can see there are some Ducal guardsmen making their way from the direction of the main gate as well, that are beginning to, like, you know, they're heading kind of northish in your general direction as you kind of pass by a main street intersection. There's still a few people on the street, but for the most part, like, you know, they've been announcing for an hour or two now that because due to the attack and the worries, they are going to be enacting a curfew to make sure that everyone's safe, blah, 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 all that. So you make your way over to where Rowan was, heading back, and yeah, you kind of meet him on the side street next to the alley.
I think without breaking stride, I just grab his arm, spin him around, and say, Problem gone. Let's go. Walk. Move.
Okay. I'm proud of you for making that decision.
I did not make a decision.
I think you made a decision. I don't...
I did not do that.
Okay.
All right. So, with that, you guys are heading back to the manor?
Yeah.
In a very sneaky, roundabout way.
All right. In that case, give me, because at this point, it is a matter of, you know, you're not trying, there's no crowds to blend into. You are going to have to go down main streets, so at this point, it is going to be a matter of, you know, essentially avoiding guards and things like that. I would like an int sneak.
Int sneak.
From both of us?
One of you leading, one of you, unless there's something else someone could do to assist. Whoever's the leader, I will need an int sneak from.
That's streak.
Well, care
you
to
guys,
assist in any way, Rohan?
I mean, I would be lookout. Like, I would, you know, be checking whatever direction you're not looking in. But, you know, at most, I think that's going to add a 1. So,
yeah, that's not getting any help there.
yeah.
So with that, you guys make your way from alley to alley, essentially, trying to keep an eye on patrol routes, doing your best you can, and you make it about a block away from the gate to the... Which would this be? The gate to the gate to the Lumine Ward. And as you are kind of making your way in towards it, you know, the gates don't seem super guarded, given that these are not the major ones to the Palace District or anything, but as you're kind of like darting, a guard just kind of calls out, "Hi! What are you all doing out? We're supposed to be on lockdown for now. Curfew."
Yes, we're headed home. We're so sorry. We got caught somewhere and...
Caught somewhere where? This has been running for hours now.
We were speaking to some guardsmen. We were witnesses to some of to a crime earlier today, and they asked us to meet them since they were patrolling to enforce the curfews. So we were speaking with them and lost track of time.
Give me a charisma convince.
Charisma convince?
Yep.
God damn! Come on!
The guard kind of steps up close to you. Where did you meet them? Why? You have not seen... And then kind of like looks at Streeg, who... Does Streeg have both crossbows?
I mean, I think so.
Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure. You are armed, you are walking the streets at night when you've been told not to. I don't think a guard is going to be meeting you for statements, questions, or anything else while on patrol during such a... Why would they not have you... And then Kaya pauses. Which bastion were you to meet them at?
Do we know what bastion would have been closest to the I guess to the house that we were just at?
Would have been the one in Newtown.
Okay.
Or the Commons, I guess would be the more appropriate way.
Yeah, I'll say at the Commons.
So why did you not go there? Who ordered you to meet a guard on patrol instead of at the bastion?
I'm not positive. From what I understood, there were some guards who were meeting separately. Basically all we were told was that he was returning from some other meeting, and so asked us to meet him at wherever he was going to end up patrolling. But
Right, well, we'll make sure to get you home. We'll escort just to make sure that nothing happens. And Kaya gives you a small pat on the shoulder, and then motions you in the direction of the gate to the Luminate Ward.
sure, I will go.
And once you get there, kind of heads over and kind of taps on the guardhouse door here. Someone comes out. Do you have someone who can escort these two gentlemen home? They seemed a bit late running from something. And after a moment, you can't really hear the other side of the conversation. The other person's being pretty quiet. But I'm not going to leave them out here alone. What if they're criminals? No offense. This is just strange, but I just want to make sure that nothing happens, so go get someone. I will stick with them in the meantime. And the gentleman turns back around to you. It looks like it may be a moment. They are going to get someone who can escort you home.
Sure, we understand. Whatever's convenient for you.
So what was this crime that you witnessed while you were in need of speaking about?
Yes, there was a. Sorry, what was the name? What was the woman who died earlier? What was her job again?
The guard.
Who met with Eddie, I guess.
She was a I guess you would describe her as a Palace District gate guard.
Okay. There was a Palace District gate guard that was murdered. It sounds like she received some information and then I don't know, went to deliver it to someone else and in the process was killed. We just happened to be around when she was entering the building, when she was when the other people who were sort of milling about during all of the chaos earlier, when they were entering and leaving the building that she was in. So some guards who were around at the time asked us to give statements on who all we had seen coming and going. So.
Right, and what were you doing up? Is that where you live? Up that way? Near the palace? Why were you heading there?
It's not where we live, but we were visiting some friends. I glance over at Strieg, do you remember what their name was? This is sort of a friend of a friend, sorry, so.
It's Lady Viacor. She knew my mom.
Oh, she knew your mom. Okay, Lady Viacor. Give me a charisma convince on that, Streak.
God.
We just need
My
one good roll.
God! Huh. Well, I mean, I'm sure I know plenty of people's moms. I don't invite them out somewhere. What, was there a shindig or something?
No, nothing formal. Just, she wanted to catch up with, to find out what exactly was, has happened with his mom since the last time they'd met. It's been several years, so.
Right. Well, so where are you? Where do you live? To make sure that we can get you there.
I think at this point, I'm like frantically thinking to Garrett, like, I need a place. Do we give them the place that we're staying at, or?
Well, where have you told them you're all right? So you already told them that you know my wife. So why, Viv? Why would you also give them a second place?
I know, but are we walking?
We're nowhere.
Yeah.
We weren't. No, we're nowhere near there.
Yeah.
Are there any locations? This is to Robert, I guess. Are there any locations that we have been to, other than the place where we're staying, that is in the direction that we're walking? Like, is there anywhere else I could name for this person?
I mean, when you say locations you've been to, like, under what context?
I don't know. We haven't been that many places.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm sure there's places you've been, but I just need to know the specific context of them.
I mean, I
Like-
guess I need a house, so, like, a place where someone lives. It sounds like we're not heading towards the Viacourt estate.
No. Like, I mean, as I've said, I have an unfinished map, very unfinished, that because of all the shit going on, haven't had time to work on
Yeah,
lately.
no worries, of course. Just,
But, like,
yeah.
for context.
Okay, yes.
Let me make a nice pink annotation on the map really quick, so you can understand what's going on.
Yeah. I have next to no geographic sense, so.
That's
I mean,
fine.
wouldn't Garrett know some of the other places near here? Another estate or something?
Yes, I would probably know another estate nearby there that I could tell them.
Even just another friend's house, just so we don't, like, take them directly to where everyone else is. Where does What's-Her-Face live? The tattoo artist.
Oh, that's nearby.
Okay, I would. What's
Sure,
her name?
we're staying with her.
Yeah, what's her name again?
Oh, wow, why can't hold on one second. I got it. Where did I put my notes? I had those notes. Let me just open up the tab real quick here. Why can't I think of her name?
Anastasia.
Anastasia.
Anastasia, yeah. Cool. I will give them her name. We're staying with Anastasia. Anastasia Chaber. Is it Chaber?
Chabert.
Chabert. Okay.
The bear.
It's fine.
Sure.
The bear.
Yes, we're staying with Anastasia Chabert.
He just kind of like gives a couple of blinks, and then there's an awkward moment as a guard eventually comes out and righto, let's get going. Where are you all heading
Great.
off to? And the guard just, well, they are making their way to the Lady Anastasia Chabert's estate up in the Glimmering Heights.
Correct.
Oh, that's so. Gonna be a bit of a walk. What you all doing? If he says it's good, it's good. Let's get going.
Great. I will follow them.
And then
I'm just frantically like talking to Garrett, like, okay, how do I like get in? And I don't know. I'm just trying to get whatever I can so that I don't look like an idiot when I walk up. I do feel like she, of all people, will back our play here, but you know.
Well, she's totally not expecting you, and may or may not be entertaining some other people right now, knowing her.
Of course.
And there's absolutely a quotation mark around entertaining.
Right. I mean, I literally just need to get inside of a door, and then I can, as soon as we drop this guard, we can leave again or whatever if we want. But
oh no, but yeah, when you get there, just oh god, I mean, you could say that I said to, like, you had some, I don't know.
Yeah.
Say Frey sent you. She was very interested in Frey.
Yeah.
all right. So, over the course of the next 20-25 minutes, you make your way with Garrett's directions to Anastasia's estate. With this guard behind you, just kind of, you know, like, not nearly as talkative as the last one. Seems a little annoyed that he's stuck doing this.
Yeah.
But,
When we're like a few minutes out, can I just kind of like start making very vague, awkward conversation? Like, sucks that they've got you guys doing all this extra work. I mean, we're almost there. If you don't want to take us all the way, I'm sure we'll be fine at this point. It doesn't make sense to have you out here doing this when all the action's back there, you know?
Well, look, just for what it is here. Trust me, I would rather not be. I'm supposed to be on a fucking sleep shift right now. They just want us ready to go in case anything happens. But here I am, dealing with you lot. Out too late, need to be kept an eye on.
Yeah, we've fucked up on that one, but I mean we're right here, so sorry to drag you out.
Give me another charisma convince.
God, I'm not good at this. But
Please, come on, roll well.
God fucking damn it.
It's not our day, man. It's not our day.
Ron, back me up. Give me at least one more.
No, in my head, I'm just preparing for the conversation we have to have with Stacia when we get there.
Rowan's too busy going over shit with Garrett.
Yeah. I'm just like, okay, how do I play this cool?
He gives you like older gentleman, kind of bit haggard, and he kind of gives you like a tap on the shoulder. He seems to appreciate your gesture. Oh, well, if I could, but it's not gonna happen, fortunately. I'm gonna be getting my ass in the fire just because of a mistake, on the off chance you did do something wrong.
Right, yeah.
I do appreciate it, though. Especially on a night like this when so much shite's going down so bad.
You guys work hard.
It's not all bad. Kind of gives you another pat on the shoulder, and you get to the gates of Anastasia's estate, where there is one private guard currently looking out. Just evening. Lady was not expecting guests. What's the occasion?
Hi, we are friends of Lady Chabert's and the Viacourts, who've sort of sent us here, pointed us this direction. If it was possible for us to just speak with her for a few moments, we should be good to go?
Oh, you're the friends that... Well, why didn't you say so? I'll see if she's in. One moment.
Thank you.
Let her know what's going on. And kind of gives you a nod and turns around. There's a couple of minutes of fairly awkward silence unless you guys are willing to fill it.
Nope.
The guard does give you a bit of a side eye at all this.
Just
And,
pointedly avoiding eye contact.
and he comes back and... Lady was very disturbed to have been awoken and was supposed to be expecting you hours ago. Very
I'm so
upset about
sorry.
this.
Yes, we got caught up with some guards who had some business for
Yes,
us.
and she got caught up with a very nice bottle of wine, and now you've ruined her sleep, so you can hear it from her. Now get the fuck in here.
Absolutely, thank you.
And the guard seems very, the Ducal guard seems very happy that this romp through the glimmering heights is over, and quickly turns back to make his way out with a quick, half-hearted wave. Just gives a, all right, have a good night, don't be staying out anymore, and disappears.
Absolutely. I look over at Strieg like, yikes, okay. Now we have to talk to Stasia too. Fill her in on however much we have to fill her in on. All right.
Rather fill her in than keep trying to explain to them.
Absolutely, 100%. Cool.
As you get to the stairs to enter the estate, the guard turns to you. Right, we need to have a bit of a talk. The Lady Anastasia is not actually here, but heard about the vehicle, and from what she's told me, good friend Garrett's in some deep shite, and I was to cover if anything ever happened, and he came looking, so what the
Thank you
fuck's
so
going
much.
on?
Yeah, we got caught outside out after curfew. We had to follow some guards some places. It's a long story, but we truly just didn't want to lead them back to where everyone else is staying. So this was the only other place we could think of that's in the general direction that they found us walking. So if we can just hang out in your living room or something for a little while until the guards are out of view, then hopefully we can just head back ourselves, or, you know, if you would rather we stay here, then we can do that too, but whatever's easier for you.
Let's not risk some more problems, just stay the night. How about that?
Okay. Sounds good.
Just
Thank
to
you.
keep out of view, as I said, the Lady Anastasia's had some worries about what's going on, but hasn't really been told anything specific, or at least hasn't told us, so.
Absolutely. Yeah, yes, we're happy to stay out of the way.
And, I'm to be told, one moment, and as he kind of, like, guides you inside, he heads over to a small, like, end table in the foyer, opens it up, and unravels a scroll. Reads it for a second, kind of looks it over. Mr. Garrett Viacor is a right motherfuck who shouldn't be keeping things from his friends. And also, he now owes the Lady Anastasia one.
I'm relaying this to Garrett over the earring.
Oh, God.
I'm nodding.
Yeah,
That seems fair. Yep.
absolutely. We will be sure to pass that message along.
Lovely. Well, as the guest wing over there, just stay out of the servants' ways, and if you need anything to eat, there is a night cook that should have some things that they can prepare for you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Kind of gives you a nod and quickly heads back out to his post at the gates.
Yeah.
And with a little bit of quick thinking, you guys have safety at least for the night.
I'm gonna go talk to this night cook and get a bunch of food. I mean, if I'm in a fancy place, I might as well.
Oh my god.
You were already at a...
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, but I wasn't there. I was in an alley, so.
All right, so you yeah, they are able to make you some things. You know, it's not gonna be a grand buffet or anything in the middle of the night. It seems like the night cook is preparing for breakfast for when Anastasia arrives. Normally, when she's out all night, it means she's got a hangover, and they have to prepare a lot of breakfast so she can decide what she wants.
Yeah. Great.
So, expectations are questionable, but otherwise, you guys are able to eat, rest in one of the guest rooms,
Incredible.
and eventually head to bed. Otherwise, it will be a new day. Is there any during that night? Is there anything else that either Frey, Mira, or Garrett are doing before heading to bed at Zane's estate?
Not for Frey.
No. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say Frey has been in bed.
Okay.
Already for a long time, so he's good.
Just keep watch, sort of, I guess.
Alright, everything, I mean, you can give me a int notice if you're... Is there anything specific you're doing to keep watch, or just anything you're looking for? Anything...
Not really. She just, she doesn't sleep, and she wants to make herself useful, and she's very worried right now, so...
Okay.
Kind of sitting up and...
Doing paces around, like, the wing that she's staying in of the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, give me an int notice, see if anything seems off while she's pacing.
Can't remember how the character...
A night spent keeping your eyes peeled as best you can and trying to relax, but obviously unable given everything that has happened. The night eventually ends, and it is another dawn. The day is yours. It is, about sunrise when you are, it will be slightly before sunrise that Rowan and Shriek would be awakened by servants who are like, who give you, the whole, hey, heard you guys need to get out pretty quickly.
Yes.
Should probably go.
We skedaddle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, pretty much as soon as the they let you know as soon as the curfew is lifted and you guys get out. Otherwise,
Perfect.
yeah, the day is yours, guys. Whatever you want to do.
Well, they know we're here now.
They don't know where we're staying.
Yes. I will ask Garrett via earring to Frey. Would you like us to go pick up your other earring?
Yes, Frey, do you want him to pick up the other earring?
How early in the morning are they asking this question?
If it's via earring, it would be like before the sun has completely risen.
Yeah, no, Frey's not
Okay.
awake.
Okay, fair enough. I thought you were saying like, I'm sure the shop's not open yet, but no, that's fair enough. Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess we go back to Zane's, just try to not get seen or followed. Unless Streak has something else in mind.
Not being seen and followed is good.
Cool. Yeah.
You two make your way back to go over what the new plan will be once you reach Zane Valari's estate once more. Leaving all of you together and healthy, at least physically. I mean, I'm sure Frey's got some shit to deal with as usual.
Yeah, Frey's having a tough one.
Yeah, when he does finally drag himself out of bed, like he hardly even like bothers putting himself together. In fact, he'll probably find one of like Zane's bedrobes and wear that around for a little while this morning.
Oh. I mean, yeah, of course. Like, it's very much a Mikasa is Sukasa issue here with Zane, and especially considering he's not here, you are free to take what you want. Use it as you will.
Right. Well, I mean, it seems like all roads point to Corval. But also, I think they know we're here now. So, Garrett, did you want to warn people?
Yeah, I'll probably have to leave a note for Viv to let her know that he knows that we're here.
I was just looking back at my notes, and and one last thing we did over here when we were listening on their meeting is that they are planning to take the Vitacor estate. They're just trying to find a way through the lockdown.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
So, yeah, they're planning to go all in.
Yeah. Before I forget, I will go grab the stones and come back.
Oh.
Ray does appreciate that.
Yeah, while you guys are all planning, and I will be participating over Earring, but I will go get the stones.
Well, I suppose the big question is, can you, and he looks over at Garrett, get through the lockdown?
That's a good question. I don't know if we'll be able to get through the lockdown. I don't know any secret ways in. To that part of the city.
So, the basics of what Garrett would know. There's not, like, Garrett's never had to sneak in anywhere in the city, unfortunately. He's probably rode everywhere either by carriage or stumbling drunk at night.
Yeah, exactly.
Or both. So, definitely nothing secretive, but, like, based on everything that's kind of transpired, it seems like, essentially, yeah, like, if you're like, I'm Garrett Viacor, I need to get home, like, they're probably willing to let you, but
then
you do run the risk that you are then giving away your position, which you're right now the only thing that, like, they know the party's still in the city at this point.
They don't know where.
Yeah, the one thing you guys have left is some obfuscation. So you can sacrifice that to get to the Viacor estate if you really wanted to.
Do they know all of us are here, or do they just know that Garrett and, well, Streak is here?
Well, they know Garrett's here, and they know Garrett arrived with others. They, like, you know, they know Garrett was working with others, so...
Yeah.
They can't guarantee, but...
Don't you mean they can't Garrett T?
Or, like, they can't guarantee, like Magnus.
Exactly.
Hey. Pew, pew. We get too distracted by the dumbest jokes. I'm so sorry. This is the culture I bring to a game. It's awful.
personally, it kind of feels to me like them knowing we're here, or like where we are, is not as bad as them not knowing where we are, because like wasn't the whole point that if they know we're here, then they're gonna go after like Garrett's servants and stuff? Like,
well, they have to be able to get in.
Yeah. But I mean, like, even outside of your house, like, because weren't people getting attacked in their own houses and stuff?
They were going after people connected to us.
Yeah. So
And this attack on the Vita Court, it's because we didn't leave, and they know that.
Yeah.
What about that Bright we spoke with?
Right. The one who you took to see the guard's body?
Yes, he's the one who put the entire Palace district under lockdown, so he can't be corrupt.
That's true. Yeah. Do you...
Unfortunately, I don't know his name. I asked, he would not tell me.
Okay.
That makes it harder than 2.
Do you think you'd recognize him if you saw him?
Yes, absolutely. I'm quite good with faces.
Yeah, we could go see if he's in the same place he was yesterday, I guess, if we wanted to do that.
Frey, as you are having this conversation, a voice comes to your head. A voice that you recognize as Thaddeus Keaton. Oh, I was to remind you when my friend Bart arrived. He arrived yesterday before lockdowns. If you're wishing to speak with him, would advise you do so. He's intent on leaving as soon as they're over.
Wait, is this...
Frey definitely sits up a little straighter as he hears this, and not quite knowing if this is a two-way communication, he'll kind of answer back in his head. Yes. Where can I find him?
It is not a two-way communication.
Okay. Okay, so Frey kind of waits a moment, just kind of looking around, and then realizing there's not an answer coming back.
Is this the same Professor Thaddeus that we helped out with the murder tree?
Yep.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that I had the right Thaddeus in mind.
Nice.
I am going to go get dressed, I suppose, but I need to go to the university.
Okay.
I need to speak with Thaddeus. I think there's someone I need to see. Excuse me. And he's gonna go off and get dressed and stuff.
Wait, I will flag him down before he walks away, just to be are you gonna go as yourself, or are you gonna go in? Do you need disguise, or?
I think it would be best if I go in as myself, but
Okay.
I have cloak with a hood. I'll try and keep a low profile.
Sure, I trust you. Just let me know if you need anything.
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
And yeah, Frey will go and get dressed.
Alrighty. Frey heads off to get dressed and make his way to the Lucian Ray. I looked at the date and I was like, oh shit! I was supposed to do this yesterday! Whoops!
It's fine.
Actually, I think it would have been... I haven't checked my notes. I think it was 2 days ago. I think it was the 10th he was supposed to arrive. We'll see. So, otherwise, what's the plan? I interrupted that mid-conversation because narratively, it was a funny time to do it, piece of shit. I apologize.
I want to go to the Lucian Ray.
You can come too. I mean, Frey is not going to say no if anybody offers to come along.
I'll go with. Obviously, I don't want to meet this guy, but I just want an excuse to go to the Lucian Ray.
Garrett's family's in imminent danger. I want to go Lucian Ray.
Well, it's like, now that they know we're here, all the pressure's off. It's like, well, they can see us. What are they going to do? Kill us? Moments before we die.
Kill
That's
my
fine.
family.
I mean, that's on you. You revealed your identity. And not that you had a choice, but, you know.
That's on you, not that you had a choice.
I'm just saying,
wow.
I'm just saying, me going to the Lucian Ray is not going to get your family killed any more than what they already know. So,
I mean,
if you want me to not go, I will not go.
no, you have a point.
All right. Well, all right. Yeah, I'm going to Lucian Ray with Frey. More like Lucian Frey.
You might say, "Oh, damn it!"
Before Frey leaves, he will pass out the seeing stones. One to Garrett, one to Strieg, one to Mira, and he'll hold on to the last one himself. If there's any opportunity that may come up, feel free to make use of these. They should last for a few more days at least.
Smart.
Roger.
All right, so yeah, you've got 3 more days of rock spying, and I would say, you know, depending on how much detail you want, like, to scan all 4 of them would be like 30 seconds to a minute.
Okay.
A quick glance could be, you know, it's a main action, so you can do a quick glance in a few seconds if you just want to check. So, you know, if you want to just check 3 of them, probably 20 seconds, just to see if they're not in someone's pocket.
He just gets a lot of blint.
Yeah.
See and
Just
listen
like-
to anything. You just hear that annoying, like, ruffling sound, like when your butt dialed.
Yeah. The opposite of a butt dial, just like all of your friends picking up calls from you that are in their pocket without.
God. So, as Frey and Rowan prepare to head to the Lucian Ray, what are Mira, Garrett, and Strieg doing?
Well, I'm gonna leave a note to Viv that we got discovered, so that she knows that's going on, and that it seems like there's a lot of stuff going around at Corval. Something weird's going on there. They're sending the accomplices that are kind of stucky there as punishment, and then they're never heard from again.
Okay. All right, leaving a note for her. Unfortunately, like, so the meeting spot, you can definitely leave it, but how quickly she'll be able to get it by leaving the Palace District is a little bit questionable, given the extended lockdowns in the Palace District.
That's what I figured, yeah.
But it's good to have there.
House
just in
appears to be
case.
just as hard for me to get in there.
Yeah. All right, and the Mira? Strieg?
I guess we're playing Go Fish.
I was gonna say, I don't know if there's anything we can directly
Yeah.
help with at this exact moment.
I don't think there is.
Alrighty. Well, in that case, as you guys split off, we are going to go ahead and take a quick 2-minute break. So, as we pick back up, it is, this time, Rowan and Frey making their way to the Lucian Ray. Is there anything you guys want to do during your journey, or anything you need to talk about, or are you just going to head there?
I'm just going.
While they are walking, Frey is all bundled up in his cloak, but he will look over at Rohan and ask I can't help but wonder, I know your entire reason for coming all this way was to join the Lucian Ray. What are you, once all this is over with, what are you planning to do now?
Well, I haven't given up the ghost on actually getting into the Lucian Ray. So we'll have to see if hopefully, I don't know how I'll do it, but maybe if we help the Duchess, then we can get in. I don't know, maybe she'll help me get in, or maybe I don't know, maybe I can make the money some other way, but that's sort of my hope at this point. But if that doesn't work, then maybe I can find someone else to teach me. I don't know. But my goal is still to learn how to really do magic. I think being around all of these people and seeing the incredible things they can do, it's really only made that stronger. So that's, yeah. Maybe I'm in denial. I don't know that it's not going to happen, but I guess we'll see.
Well, I can't say that I know all that much about magic or the Lucian Ray, but I've been impressed by the things you're able to do.
Thank you.
Have you ever had a teacher before? Did you teach yourself?
I have had people who, nobody who could really do magic themselves, just people who had heard things from their own travels and were able to pass them along, but mostly it was trial and error, figuring things out, reading a lot. I feel like I haven't really, I don't know, I feel like I barely scratched the surface, and it doesn't really feel like, it doesn't feel like a thing that I'm good at, and the things that I am good at I don't want to do anymore. So I think until I get to the point where I'm as good at doing good things as I am at doing bad things, I don't think I'll be, I don't think I'll be satisfied. So
Well, if joining the Lucian Ray comes with a sort of politics, like the one that you had already become involved in, maybe there are other ways, other people, other teachers. If you've learned just this much alone from books, I'm sure having an actual mentor can obviously take you far.
yeah, that I think if I can find somebody else outside of the Lucian Ray, I'd be open to that. But I don't know. Everyone that I've seen do this seems like this is where they learn to do it. So, I mean, it seems like you're meeting someone now. You're heading to meet someone who maybe will do something similar, tell you some stuff about the stuff that you can do.
I hope so. I don't want it to always be like how it was yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's tough when you have to actually feel what they were feeling and live through it yourself. And I mean, I know that you aren't always aware of what's happening, but you've done some pretty powerful things yourself, so I don't know.
Was that me? Was that me or was that them?
Is there a difference?
It is if you're just a puppet. If it's just something else working through you. If it's something else's will.
I guess that's right. I don't know. I mean, it seems like the power is good. You just wish you could make the decisions about when and how to use it. Which I relate to that.
It was all much easier when it was all under my control. And I suppose it wasn't anything at all then.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's hopefully they can give you some answers.
Hopefully. And maybe if you do make some ties in there, some connections. Sure, there must be other mages like yourself who haven't studied here.
Yeah, maybe they can point me their way. Yeah.
Perhaps asking Thaddeus is a place to start.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I would settle for just sitting in on some classes while we are here and have time, but I suspect they won't let you just sit in on a class if you're not actually enrolled, so we'll see.
Well, is there any harm in trying? I suppose the worst that could happen is you get kicked out.
Yeah. Yeah. Or arrested, I guess, but
A bit extreme. But I suppose you never know.
yeah.
And with your luck.
Yeah. Cool.
Righto. So with that, you guys make your way through a more heavily secured and guarded gate into the Lucian Ray's district, if you can call it that, their campus. And through the winding and magical realm that it has truly become, the difference here versus pretty much everywhere else in the world is almost immediately palpable, just in the fact that even now there's less worry, even with more guards, than anywhere else. People aren't off-put. It doesn't seem like business has changed at all here. And you make your way to Thaddeus Kion's office, where the door is slightly propped open and there is a simple parchment hanging by some twine that just says, "Come in."
Frey will push open the door and and step inside.
I'm gonna hang out outside. I assume
Okay.
you want some alone time for
Well,
sensitive stuff.
hopefully this won't take too long.
Sure.
You head in and looking up from a book, you see Thaddeus Keon, who just kind of like brushes back his hair and, oh, Master Frey, how are you this auspicious morning?
He puts on a polite early morning smile. Doing quite well, thank you. I received your message. Rather hard to miss it, thankfully.
Did give warning that wasn't sure when it would come or how quickly, or... And he kind of gives a little half shrug and... We have, you are looking for my friend Bart. And,
I am, yes.
Mr. Bart arrived, truth be told, night before last. I was a bit, swamped with things, and then, well, yesterday was not exactly normal by any stretch of the imagination. Some of the worst things to happen to this city ever. But here we are, so...
I'm just grateful I haven't missed him.
No, with the curfews, they're not allowing anyone out of the city or in at all.
I hadn't realized the entire the city gates were closed as well.
Well, someone committed these crimes, and until they find out who, they can't really let anyone out, make sure it's safe. They already lost some people to this hunt. So they've been saying. But with the, couple months ago when they had the borders locked down.
Yes, it's all very unfortunate business.
He gives a nod and scrawls something on a parchment and then stands up.
Frey will look curiously towards the parchment.
It seems like it was something he was working on. Yeah, it like rolls up as he like lets go of it and pulls the inkwell, and he just kind of stands up and... So, tell me again, it has been quite a while. But what exactly it was, the nature of... Well, I didn't tell Mr. Bart quite a lot about you. Just that there was someone who I was asking you would speak with on, as a favor to me.
You said that you believe that I'm a death-touched mind.
Yes, but
And
what are you looking for from him? Answers? Direction? Guidance? I suppose those are one and the same.
any and all of it, I want to... I want to not lose myself to it. I want control of my life. I don't want to... I don't want the blackouts. I don't want the...
He gives a slow, knowing nod at that, and just... Of course, be tactful when you approach. From everything I've seen, you're very good at that, but... He is a... He kind of pauses, looking for the right word. His thoughts on his abilities are fragile. To have these extended conversations, to go in and feel ambushed, would certainly not endear you to him.
Thank you for the guidance. I will be sure to step gently.
He's staying at room 21 of the Scholar's Nest.
The Scholar's Nest?
It's the inn here. You probably passed it on your way in, not far from the unraveled scroll, kind of back behind it.
Thank you. I'll find it, I'm sure.
It's still on the campus. It is technically part of the Lucian Ray, I suppose. He kind of pauses and thinks. Not actually quite sure.
Well, as long as they have no aversion to guests from outside the Lucian Ray.
Do you think Mr. Bart is some sort of professor here?
Oh.
Worse yet, a student.
Oh, no, not at all. I got the sense that he was an outsider himself. Which
He's
I suppose
already on
answers my own
edge.
concern.
Being stuck here this long, he is not happy about it.
Do you know why he came?
He wanted a place to rest, talk about an apprentice he's taking on, teaching something, I don't know. He was very cagey, even for himself.
I see.
I think there's just a lot... He's trying to understand himself still. He's a true believer that you never stop learning. In another world, he would have made a great professor.
Thank you for your... Thank you for your help.
Nonsense. Saved my life. I owe you a lot more. He pauses and holds out a quill and kind of like gestures with it pointing at you. That said, this makes us even.
Of course.
I kid.
He quirks a smile. Well, I hope that our friendship will remain a long one. Oh, but yes, next time I visit, or next time anyone visits, I suppose, we'll make sure to get that journal back to you.
Gives a nod. Of course. I've been preparing for quite a while on all of the minutiae of this report, but there is quite a lot to be done still. There is so much to what the thing is.
I'm certainly...
If interested in continuing the fight, I could sponsor an investigation into it for you and yours.
Well, we're currently, with Garrett back home here in the city. We might be tied up for quite a while, but I'll certainly bring the proposal to them.
He gives a nod. I have my own proposal and approval to get before I would even be able to fund it beyond my private collection, but I'm sure I could get you to at least investigate a little bit on my own coin. Not really a laughing matter, but since the Black Sun feels like all you can do in the face of death and despair is smile and chuckle. You take care of yourself, young Master Frey.
Thank you, and you as well. My friend Rohan actually came here with me as well. He's waiting just outside.
Oh.
He probably would like to speak as well. He decided to give us a bit of privacy.
By all means, send him in.
Thank you. And Frey will give him a respectful nod and step out. I look over at Rohan. He's happy to speak with you.
Oh.
I did find out where this person I wish to meet is staying. On campus at the Scholars Rest, if you know it.
I'm not familiar, but I'm sure I can find it.
Well, I'm going to head there now. Perhaps you could pass that along to Garrett, just in case.
Absolutely. I will let Garrett know.
Message
you.
received.
Not that I'm
Dang.
expecting any trouble, but in case anything comes up, of course.
Of course, yeah.
I'm just like, ding, you've got mail.
All right. I
Right.
guess I will walk into Thaddeus's office.
Mr. Rowan,
Hi, hello.
what can I do for you this morning?
Well, I mostly came to keep Ray company and also see if maybe I could, to be honest, like sneak into some lectures or something. But since we did drop by here, I guess I was just wondering if there's, obviously I didn't get enrollment into the Lucian Ray, but while we are in town, is there any way that I could just informally audit any classes or anything like that? Or perhaps if you could, I don't know, point me in the direction of any mages who are outside of the Lucian Ray who maybe would be interested in I don't know, teaching me a few things, showing me a few things. I know it's a lot to ask, but just figured it's worth checking.
Certainly. Lot to ask. Fortunately, given the investment that the city, well, really the country, all of Vegania has in Lucian Ray, allowing people in here beyond walking the halls and going to meetings like this, any sort of tutelage normally is covered under, well,
Understood.
the bright scholarships.
Right, of course. That's fair. Fair enough.
But I could ask around, see if there is anyone that is still practicing, though most people who are interested in teaching just end up here. Those who pay their way and get out of the Lucian Ray normally do so because working private's going to get you a lot more coin.
Of course. I mean, if you happen to hear of anyone or know anyone, then I definitely would be interested, but I fully understand, just,
I mean, there was this gentleman I worked with when I was still learning. I could see if there's any information on his current whereabouts. He got out about the same time. I will warn, he was a bit of a dick.
Yeah, it seems like I've
Does
been
it-
meeting a lot of those lately.
I'm sure he's gotten better with age.
Sure, most people do. I say this like very like skeptically, but sure. Well, I mean, I just wanted to make sure I asked in case, there was something I didn't know, but I mean, if you are able to find out any more information, that'd be great. But either way, thank you for your help, or even for talking to me.
Of course. As I said, I mean, I owe you a lot, my life. Quite literally. This is the least that I can do. I just wish I had more information I could give you, but as I said, I'll see about that gentleman, and, well, beyond that, he kind of, you could see he's, getting stuck, trying to think of the name, and, James something or other, I think it was. James, Jeremy, I don't, Akai shakes his head a little bit. Haven't spoken with him in probably 30 years, maybe more, but... As I said, he got out, he had coin, and was convinced he could do it better, so... Well... Don't quite heard of other major academies in Midara, but... I'll see if anyone knows anything about his current whereabouts, what he's doing. Come find me in a few days, I'm sure I can find something out.
That sounds great. Thank you very much. Amazing. I'll just kind of like bow a little bit, just like awkwardly, just like I don't know. It's like I feel like I shouldn't be here. This is so much like getting this like very powerful person to like do errands for me is like so, but also you gotta ask. So I'll just kind of like awkwardly, you know, give him a nod and walk out. Yeah, I think, I don't know, I'll go just wander the grounds, just look at all the weird magical stuff that's happening everywhere. Wistfully make my way towards the, what was it called? The Scholar's Mate? The Scholar's...
The Scholar's Mate! The Scholar's Nest.
Okay, yes.
Scholar's Mate, Scholar's Nest. I mean, same difference.
The Scholar's Mate would be a good name for a especially like a cafe on like a college
Scholar's
campus.
Mate, a good name for a chess brothel.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's me.
Oh, so. Frey, you and Rowan head to find the Scholar's Nest.
Oh, Frey already left to go find it.
Yeah.
Okay. Frey was like, okay. All right.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Yeah, we'll go ahead and handle the rest of this first. So, Frey, you make your way to the Scholar's Nest. It is, I can never remember, motel is the one that has them on the outside, correct? No central
Yes.
lobby. It is a
Yes.
motel style. It looks like there are 2 floors, and unfortunately they have not gotten around to renumbering the rooms, so 21 is on the first floor, near the stairs, near the back. It is a very nice, if simple... there is a large central... Like, the central area where one would check in also seems to have a library in it. Fairly extensive, honestly. The gist that you get just, you know, if you ask around or just have gathered is that there's not really a cost to stay there. It's a combination of temporary housing for new academics and then guests who are, you know, there on behalf of someone from the Lucian Ray. It is operated by the Lucian Ray. Otherwise, it is very much, you know, it's efficiencies, just one nice bedroom kind of rooms. And you head to room 21. The rooms are emblazoned on these dark wood doors.
Yeah, Frey will knock on the door.
You knock on the door, and a moment later, you hear, "Yes, what is it?"
Are you Bart? Thaddeus Quillian sent me. I'm Frey.
There's a moment as the door is unlocked, and did not think to be expected you. But hello, Mr. Frey. And you see this gentleman, kind of chin length, kind of wavy gray hair, little bit of it brown, but just mostly gray, completely gray beard, scars all over his face, wearing a long cloak, and he just kind of holds out a hand to shake yours. Solomon Bart.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Bart. And Frey will shake his hand.
He doesn't immediately, like, invite you in or anything. He's just kind of standing at the doorway and just... not waiting, but, like... after the handshake, he just kind of gives you an expected look of, like, you know, go on.
Frey will lower his voice slightly. Did Mr. Quillian tell you anything about me?
Death touched. So you believe.
Yes,
Or so he believes, I suppose.
yes, exactly. I was hoping that you might be able to tell me more of what that means, or perhaps even help me understand it.
Why don't you tell me what you think means? Tell me what you think about all of this, and we will see. And he, at this point, opens the door. I want to understand that this is not some... And he just kind of snarls and grits his teeth. Some wish for someone to be apt. I would not imagine many a man could play Thorius the Fool, but I'm not to question it either way.
Is he opening the door as in, like, to let Frey in? Or
Yeah.
just kind of... Okay. Yeah, Frey will step inside.
You can see that in the, like, right... You can see where there was a, like, queen-size bed, and then at the foot, in the middle of the room, perpendicular to the entryway of the door, but at the foot of it, there you can see where there'd normally be a chest that has been shoved to the side, and there is a... almost like a spell circle, a ritual circle. It looks like it was very blatantly made with blood. Inside of it, you can see there is a goat's head along with what seemed to be some sort of rodent's paws.
Frey definitely kind of stops abruptly at seeing that. I assume it's fresh.
Couldn't be older than last night.
Okay. Is if I may ask, what is that?
He pauses, like, not necessarily confused, but more surprised at your candor. Communion.
He furrows his brow, looking a little uneasy. But yes, you had asked me a question. It's something relatively new to me. Something that started happening to me. It is cold. I feel sometimes when I touch things or touch people who have passed, I feel what they felt. I feel their final moments, lingering echoes, I suppose you might call them. and it's... Or sometimes I just black out entirely and I don't remember what happened, but others tell me that I've done things or channeled things when I'm in this state.
But a pup. A newborn calf stumbling in the dark.
I'd rather not be stumbling. I just...
When you are close to it, you let it control you.
Can I make it stop controlling me, though? That's what I
do not have all the answers. I am no scholar. But you can control it. Bend it to your whim. You are apt, are you not? Beyond your moments near death.
You mean with the other magics?
You do not need to have these blackouts, these moments that you lose to wield the arcane, correct?
I can do other small tricks.
Yes. And it's just a matter of opening your eyes. Demanding that they work for you. Demanding that those final moments, that feeling of demise, that inscription of the last heartbeat is yours to wield, not be wielded by. Sure, there's a part of you that sees. A part of you that's asking, but you need to stop asking and start demanding, or it will continue to control you.
But I don't want to control them at all. What if I just want to make them go away?
He shakes his head. There is no making it go away. Your death touched. The same as you cannot change your birth parents. You cannot change that gift, that curse, whatever you want to call it. You bear it. Deep inside your very being. To make it go away would be the same as to give away your aptitude, give away your ability to walk, your ability to talk, your ability to think.
That's what... You've been able to control them, you've been able to...
They are mine to control. But you have to get close. The closer you are, the more you can see. The more power you have over them. You'll learn.
Would you tell me what it's like for you? How did you get close?
He pulls back the sleeves of his robes, and you see hundreds and hundreds of scars up and down his arms. close to death, you can control it. His hands calloused. All the way up to his shoulders, you just see scars. More on his face, but less overt, less intentional. When you stare death in the face, you can talk to them. When you stare death in the face, you can find them, and you can learn. It takes practice, it takes time, but think of it like when you learn to walk. There was someone there to hold your hand. Then eventually you ran. When you learned to talk, there was someone there to understand your inane babbling. And now you enunciate carefully. When you found your aptitude, there were moments you feared you would hurt someone, something would happen that you would not be able to control. Now you come wanting more. Everything you've learned, you had to start somewhere. A light, a first step, a beacon.
But you're speaking of dying or coming close to it.
He gives a nod. When you are weak, when you don't understand, when it doesn't make sense, when everything is at its worst, that is when you can wield it. Moments of terror, moments of seeing your own mortality. The first step to walking is controlling that. But it's like your arms, your legs, walking, talking. Something that must be worked on. Make it easier. Learn. Won't need it to be so easy.
He's definitely kind of still staring at all those many scars. He definitely gets the sense that they are self-harm scars, but are these like, not that Frey has much in the way of medical expertise, but are they like clear like suicidal ones or just harm?
Based on the amount in the conversation, it seems like it is just a case of harm.
Okay. Frey definitely looks a little pale, and he, at this point, looks back, like, around the room, a little lost, looking down at the bloody circle on the ground, back up again. And what happens if I can't do it? If I can't take that step, if I can't face that?
And it will control you. Whatever it is, moments of death, those inscriptions of lives lost. He motions to the circle that you are so very uncomfortable by. Communion is a way to remind yourself what death is. Remind yourself what you see, what you can grasp from those moments.
I don't understand what you mean by community, and I don't understand what this is for.
Tell me how. Tell me how it died. He motions towards the beheaded goat.
Ray definitely kind of wringing his hands together a bit as he looks down at the goat. And he kind of gives a very a very shallow nod as he steps forward. I guess into the circle. And with a shaking hand, he'll reach out, eyes closed, and he will touch it gently on the snout.
And you feel this very momentary, just that a much subtler version of that overpowering feeling that you've had every time you've come across death, but especially yesterday. And you feel your resonance with this. You feel this incredibly, overwhelmingly strong feeling of heartbreak. Coming from a man with regrets and frustration at his lot in life. And if you'd like to delve deeper, you can.
Frey is not going to delve deeper right now. He is going to... He leaves his hand there for a moment. It was a man who did it. Frustrated. He... Was it his goat? He had no choice but to put it down.
He looks at you and just has this momentary, not look of absolute surprise, but at least curiosity. I suppose, in a way, it was my goat. See?
Why did it hurt you? Why did this act hurt you?
I hate death. I hate things dying. But I can control myself, make sure anything that goes around me does so with compassion. That is all I can do. if I let it go, if I stop worrying, stop controlling, stop. He just shakes his head, motions to the circle. If I stop, I do not wish to be like you, afraid of what might happen. This was not a gift deemed worthy of me. This was not curse. Being touched by death as such just is. Change it no more than you can change your red hair. No more than I can hide my grey beard. Sure, you can wear a wig or a hat. Blind yourself like a horse to everything around you. Hope that this isn't a problem, that it goes away, but controlling it is so much better. For yourself, for them, for everyone.
But why us though? Is this something my parents had? Is it?
I don't know. Something you just notice you can do one day. Something is off. One day you're just normal, the next something's a little off, something's a little more, and you start feeling connections to things you shouldn't. I don't know. I am no scholar. I do not study my affliction. I do not like to term it that, but I'm sure you'll find your own. Come close. Find death. You may speak with it. Wield it as your own. Tell it. Tell your aptitude, your gifts, your affliction, your curse. Tell it what to do rather than ask. Because one time you will be seeing death, you will ask and it will not answer. You will have one of these so-called blackouts, but you will not wake up.
Ray definitely shudders at that. I can try. I think I met another one like you, like us, a while back in my travels. He could sense that we were the same. Can you sense that too?
He purses his lips and shakes his head. No, I would not want to. I've shut myself off to it. As I said, I do not let it tell me what to do. I do not ask anything of death. I tell it.
And do you know any others like us? The Thaddeus, he said that you were something about you considering an apprentice? Is there somebody else?
He pauses for a moment, and he very subtly seems to curse Thaddeus under his breath. I met someone some months ago. I don't know that they tell the truth. Perhaps they have finally awakened. They don't understand, or perhaps they are just apt and don't know how to describe. I just needed help finding out which. That's why I came to Mr. Kion.
Did you find your answer?
I have not left yet now, have I?
Apologies, I really don't know much of what you'd be looking for. If I may ask, who is this other person that you met?
He just shakes his head.
Of course. I won't pry any further.
Meanwhile, Rowan, you are also making your way to room 21, are you not? Or are you just heading to the nest? Rowan is not here. Okay. We'll continue.
Okay.
Yeah. So, he just kind of, after shaking his head, not about to put a target on a man who does not understand, and trying to. Just as I would not mention to you, would not mention to anyone else. For you. About you.
Thank
It
you.
is a deeply private journey. A deeply private thing. Would not share with anyone.
I just hope that finding others, it might be easier to understand, but you've given me a great deal to think on.
When death is near, you will find your answers. At least a place to start. Eventually, he motions again to the goat head. Communion. Keep you centered. As you find your center, you will need to find a way to hold it. Keep it. Not lose track of it. Don't lose track of who, what you are. Because once you can wield it, once you are not asking but telling. He just kind of shakes his head again and trails off.
Then I won't lose who I am. Well, thank you. I suppose that is, how long will you be in the city?
As soon as this hunt for barbaric war is over, as soon as this curfew is dead and buried, I will be leaving.
Of course.
You're
Thank you
too long
for
as it is.
Thank you for all that you've shared. Thank you.
He
Okay.
just gives a slight nod at that.
I will leave you to it then. He kind of is looking at that bloody circle again. But with that, Frey will make his exit.
All right, and Rowan, I assume you were waiting outside because when I asked you what you were doing, you were gone.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Oh, I was on mute. Sorry.
Uh,
I was here, but I was muted. Sorry.
All good.
Okay.
So you from where you are waiting outside, you see Frey emerge probably 20 minutes after you get there, maybe half hour.
Nice. How did it go? Did you get the answers you were looking for?
Well, I think there is quite a difference between the answers I was hoping for and the answers I got.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, I don't know, how do you feel about it?
I feel frightened, and that apparently is the last thing I should be feeling.
I mean, given what you've told me, being frightened seems appropriate, so... Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah. Why don't we go back?
Yes. Yeah. Let's.
Do you want to pick up your earring finally?
Sure. Yes. Let's do that.
Amazing.
Okay. Well, forgot to back it.
All right. So you guys finally are heading to pick up the earring that was commissioned 2 months ago.
Yes.
Meanwhile, as Frey gets news he did not hope for, but answers he was asking. Rowan kind of similar, actually, just in a less existential way.
Yeah.
Garrett, you drop off your letter, and then Strieg, Mira, and Garrett, what else are you guys doing for the day?
I'm trying to see if I hear any other rumors of Corval.
Okay.
We've been hearing a lot of stuff about Corval, so I'm just trying to see if I hear anything from just, random people versus just the bad guys while I'm out and about in the city.
Okay.
Well, he can't go out by himself, so I will go with him.
I can go out by myself.
I mean, you can, but Mira is very paranoid right now.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mira, for coming with.
Streak?
Yeah, no, I really have no idea what I would be doing here. Is there anything I can do?
Was that a question to...
That was more for the party.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was open forum or... okay.
Do we know anything about where Roland is now? If anywhere?
You have
No.
heard nothing.
Okay, well, I mean, you have a stone. If you can think of a place to bug, you can do that. It's the only thing I can think of.
I will just wander around keeping an eye on some guard activity, seeing if it seems like there's a lot of turmoil in the guards, or what's just all going on with them.
Okay.
Actually, on that note, if you wanted to, I mean, you don't have to, but if you wanted to check out if that guy ended up dying or living or what.
Oh, he died.
No, not the guy you shot, but I mean, like, did somebody show up after that guy to kill the guy we saved? Because we just left, so.
That way,
Yeah.
that would be a good idea to double check in on that.
I'll swing by that area.
Yeah.
Theoretically, they're gonna assume that that Keller killed the guy sent to kill him.
I kind of
Maybe.
feel bad for Keller.
But he was shot from the back with a crossbow.
Doesn't mean that Keller didn't come around behind him and shoot him while he was trying to break into Keller's house. I'm just... If you send a
Not
guy
my
to go
problem.
kill someone and that
Does
guy
part
ends
of
up
this to
dead...
have stand your ground laws?
Probably.
What's the state of the castle doctrine in Artaviste? Okay. I guess I feel bad for Kellen, but also, like, you know, ACAB, it's fine. It's not like he was innocent. He was working with them. But yeah.
All right, then. So,
If he's alive, you could try to convince him to, I don't know, turn on him and give you information. If you so chose.
Streak, the general guard activity, it seems heightened, like there's just more Ducal guards who are out and about and moving around, but it just seems more like they are on alert, just kind of like, you know, there's more eyes on you at any given time than, like, normally it would just be, you know, passing, but now they're looking at everyone a little more intently, and there's just a lot more of them doing it. It's obvious that they do not have, like, that they are still paranoid about the explosion, the, you know, the attack, all of that, so.
Do I recognize any guards that I now know to be bad?
Not immediately, but you, once you arrived at the, I almost said the Keller estate, that's not right, the Keller, row house, one of the, there are what seem to be a couple of guards on duty outside. Like, there are two out front, and then you can see at least one more moving around inside. One of the two out front you do recognize as being one of the ones who was working for Osman.
Okay, I'm keeping very far back and very out of the way, out of sight.
Okay.
But I'll keep an eye on that area for a little while.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's, again, there's enough activity that you don't need to hide for someone to not notice you in the crowds, because it is not far from, like, a secondary main street. But, yeah, just to keep an eye out. It definitely seems like there is some sort of investigation going on. Like, there is still a pool of blood at the doorway.
Yeah.
So... otherwise, all right, so Garrett and Mira. All right, so you drop off the note to Viv, and then, I'm sorry, after that, you were heading to...
I was just trying to see if I could find any rumors or comments or anything about Corval, because it sounds like there's a lot going on there that may not be good, but we're only hearing about it from the bad guys. We're not hearing like, oh, hey, have you guys heard anything from your cousin in Corval lately? You know, so I want to see if there's any of that happening, because if that's also happening, you know.
All right. Mira, while he's doing that, what are you doing?
Keeping watch for assassins or kidnappers, I guess.
All right, give me an int notice.
Her or me?
Mira.
Mira.
All right. All right, and then Garrett. Give me. Are you like engaging with people? Like, you know, trying to like find people, bring it up in like idle conversation in groups, or are you just trying to listen in?
I think I'd probably try to bring it up, be a little more active than just passive in this.
Okay. In that case, give me a charisma no.
All right, we can do that. With my no, not 2d6. We're still 2d6. Gotta change that to charisma. That's the one. We're gonna roll that.
Oh my god. That is the 2 best rolls of the session. Back to back.
Hooray!
Love that.
Fun fact, apparently Frey and Rohan's character sheets are available in...
Yeah, I know. Just don't open them.
Okay. I promise I will not.
There's no way I can give you guys token view permissions without also letting you see the sheet, so...
I mean, I don't think I have any secrets or anything, but, you know.
Rohan, I can't believe your dex is that low.
Well, I
I
mean,
have
you
no
can see
idea what
those
it
in
is.
the
I haven't actually
recording.
looked.
Yeah. Anyway, so, you, Mira being the ever sentinel-like bodyguard who is constantly keeping her eyes out for assassins and things, lets you, you know, have a moment to, you know, head into a pub, see what people are saying, pop into a bar, you know, get around where people are traveling, see who the recent ones are, bring it up, and, the general consensus is... yeah, no one's really been to Corval at all. Like, if you ask about, like... were you asking about, like, anything specific? Like, guards going to Corval? Hear anyone traveling there, or... like, I would say it sticks out as a tiny bit suspicious that seemingly no traders have... like, no one knows anyone who's been for, like... seems like Corval's kind of... like, it's not... by no means is it big. Like, no more
Right.
than a couple hundred in population. Like, again, small enough that it wouldn't be on any major map. But, yeah, no, it's like... some people are like, Corval... oh! Yeah, no, haven't... nothing. Like, no, I haven't heard of anybody trading there in a while. That's weird. Yeah, I guess. That kind of thing. Where, like, it is definitely a little suspicious that seemingly no one even knows anyone who has went to Corval or has come from Corval.
Okay, yeah, that's weird. So we're definitely gonna have to investigate Corval. Alright.
Yeah, there is definitely a sense of, you know... it strikes you as weird. There's no real other way to put it. I was really trying, but yeah.
So, alright, I'm gonna relay this over to Rohan wherever, because I know he's probably with Frey. I'm just be like, hey, yeah, there's definitely some... I've been trying to do a little questioning on the down low about Corval here, and it just people are like, I never thought about that, but yeah, that is odd. We haven't really had a lot of traffic come from there or heard anything about it, or just so
Okay. Good to know.
just filling you in.
Yeah, I guess that's... yeah, it is a little suspicious.
You see what I mean, Edarsh? It's weird. I don't know how else to describe it either. Oh.
There's definitely something going on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like how you don't find a planet by seeing a planet. You find it by, like, the lack of stars.
Yeah. It's a good analogy.
Yeah.
The astronomy major in me is happy.
I can't believe there's someone who's an astronomy major.
I was
Oh, I was thinking of astrology. I'm sorry.
oh no.
I'm sorry to real astrologists, not or astronomists.
It
Anyway,
should be.
I digress. The day is still yours. It is, you guys get finished up with your errands. It's, like noonish, probably a little bit later. So whatever anyone wants to do, the day is still yours, you guys.
Well, have we picked up the earrings yet? We haven't picked up the earrings yet. Why don't we go pick up the earrings?
I was just gonna gloss over it because there's so
Freya
much
and
to
I
do
went,
at this
so we're
point.
good.
Yeah, they were gonna do it. That's fine. You guys are able to get the earrings, and there's so much to do, and I feel like
Absolutely.
losing those 3 weeks, I'm trying to get the train rolling here.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't know what else we can do. I guess it's like, I guess my big questions are, how worried do we need to be about them knowing we're here in terms of retribution for us not leaving? And then, do we want to go to Corval? Also, where's Roland, I guess, is the big thing. And I guess we know where their new base, where the Aussie's new base of operations and stuff is, are like, I guess, the big questions, but I don't know how to find out answers necessarily.
Well, assuming we're all gathering together to chat about it,
Mm-hmm.
Ray would definitely bring up the fact that we did overhear them say that they're planning an attack on the Vita Court estate, so the retribution is coming. It's just a matter of when they can actually manage to get through the lockdown.
Yeah.
And if Garrett thinks that Vivian can get the support she needs inside to handle defense of that, because we'd also have to figure out how to get through the lockdown.
Yeah. So I don't have a way to directly talk with her, though, is the problem, to communicate that. I can leave notes, but I don't know how long it's going to take for her to get the notes and or respond.
I don't know. To me, I'm still not sure that, like, is it worth not just going back to your place? I don't know. I mean, it's up to you, but it's...
Well, I mean...
Well, we can't even get in right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like we could if we wanted to.
As I said earlier, like, essentially, like, Garrett has enough influence that he could probably, explain who he is and get through the gate. But at that point, you can't vet every guard that's going to know that information. So you could assume that at that point, everyone you're working against is going to know where you are and what you're doing.
Right. So I don't want to do that. I think if we can find that Bright, we can let them know that they were hiding the gunpowder and they have a whole boatload of it, and that they were probably involved with the attack on the Palace District originally. But I think at this point, unless we can find out where Eddie is, I think maybe our next point is actually going to Corval and seeing what's going on there.
And just trusting that Viv is going to be fine?
How can... What can we do from here, though, is my,
I mean, it's your choice. It's your home and your wife. But I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess you're right. But maybe we can just ask the Bright to have extra security or something.
Well, we've got to find him first, though.
Yeah, well, yes. I guess, do we want to go try to do that first? Seems like maybe he can tell us some stuff, at least. Or, I don't know, something.
The only place we really saw him was at the gate to the Palace District. Garrett, do you know if the Brights are normally posted in the same place?
That's a great question. Do I know if the Brights are typically posted in the same place?
Kind of. Like, during normal times, like, if they're working on something, or they have, like, a preferred posting, and they've got, like, enough seniority that, like, you know, if they're like, I like working with these people, I like doing this, like, sure, they're probably going to get it, but especially now when there's so much panic about an attack that left people dead, like a giant, literal, like, powder keg that went off, there is a lot more, like, unprecedented times, essentially. Normal times, maybe. Now, who knows? Like, that's the best I can say. It would be a toss-up.
I mean, it sounds like it's worth checking, at least.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't hurt to go check there.
Yeah. Got nothing better to do anyway. I guess the other thing we can maybe do, if we are interested in trying to find out where the new base of operations is try to find a bad guy and follow them back. Seems like a bigger crapshoot to me, personally.
Yeah.
But I guess if we can't find the Bright, then we could maybe see about that.
So, as you guys are formulating this plan to figure out where to go next, we're gonna go ahead and take one more quick break. I haven't done a clap yet tonight. That felt good. Let me just... I felt like I kind of missed it. There we go. Alrighty. So, that brings us back as you guys have something resembling a vague plan. What are you doing?
I forgot what you were saying.
Well, Frey can help with trying to find the Bright that they had spoken with.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that was you and Garrett, right?
Yeah.
And was Mira there too? No, Mira was in the sewers. Or
Was
no,
this
was
after the
Mira there?
sewers?
I think it might have just been the two of us. Mira was...
No, I think Mira was there.
No, Mira was there, yeah.
Yeah, Mira
it
was there.
Okay.
Yeah, because you guys were asking if Mira should fucking murk the guard as when you or the last person leaving.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool. And then I guess the other thing we were discussing was trying to find a bad guy to tail back.
I mean, we at least know where one is if he's still alive, and he supposedly doesn't know that everyone's trying to kill him.
That's true. Yeah, we should go see if we can just convert that guy.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of guards around his house.
I have 2 spell slots for the day still. You want to be disguised?
The last time we were disguised as guards didn't...
I mean, fair.
I kind
go
of
in
maybe might have
invisible.
gotten a guy killed.
We should go in disguised as him. So we can explain what happened here. I'm sure we can find a way in one way or another. Right?
We
Yeah.
can try.
Great. That's what I'd like to hear. Alright, Streak and I will go do that.
All right. Streak and Rowan going out. What's the rest of the gang gonna do?
I think we were gonna first try and head back to the gate to the Palace District to see if maybe, if we're lucky, the Bright is hanging around there.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Righto. So, let me just. All right. So, Frey, Mira, Garrett, looking for Bright. Rowan, Strieg, checking out.
Elern.
Elern's house again. All right. So, we will go ahead and start with Frey, Mira, and Garrett because I typed their names first.
Yay.
You guys, with something resembling a plan, begin to make your way once more with splitting up again. This time, heading out to look for the Bright. Are you going in disguise?
Ooh. Not like full magical disguise, but like kind of not like fully, because the Bright's automatically going to recognize us having disguises, and we're going to have to deal with dropping that anyways, because that's how we got caught the first time. So
I think Frey at least would be fine with not going with the disguise. My current thought is that if the Bright is not conveniently there, maybe we can use his description to maybe get a message sent to him to have him meet us somewhere in like a public place.
or find out where he is, so that we can meet him, because, oh, you're looking for so-and-so? He's actually, 2 whatever down, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, but like if he's inside the Palace District and we can't get to him, then
right.
it could also have him come and meet us.
So as you guys head towards the Palace District, the main gate is shut, and there are probably 25 guards who just one of them kind of approaches you once you're, obviously heading towards it and not to one of the last side streets, and just a woman just kind of, well, no, there's no, you're not going to be able to get through. We're on a lockdown, especially here on the Palace. What exactly are you trying to do?
Do we recognize any of the guards here from any that we've seen at like the various meetups and spying?
They're a little far away. Give me an int notice.
Okay. Nope.
Yeah, no, your attention. Frey might be dealing with some other things right now and not be focused completely on the mission at hand. Oh. Frey's going through it right now.
Yeah, he is.
So, now, unfortunately, you don't see anyone who looks, or maybe fortunately, you can't really tell, but, yeah, your attention is definitely being drawn to this woman who has approached you.
Okay. Yes. We were actually hoping to speak with a Bright that we had actually spoken with yesterday here. I don't have his name, I'm afraid, and Frey will give a description of him.
Oh, I'm afraid, I haven't actually, I just got reassigned here for the outside, the ones who normally handle it are on the inside, working the, side half right now. So I don't really know the people who are normally going to be working this.
Well, that is unfortunate. Is there anyone we could speak to who might know them?
I can try. You're gonna have to give me a minute. What's this in regards to, exactly?
Frey will look over at Garrett.
On one hand, I kind of want to be like, well, we were witnesses in an investigation that he was involved in, but then, and we,
You're also trying not to give away.
yeah, it's like, oh, we were witnesses in an investigation he was involved in, and we have more information for him. Oh, all right, well, you're under arrest now. You know what I mean? Not under arrest, but like we'll take you in protective custody. Take you to the station. Basically, is usually how that kind of goes.
Is Garrett visibly hesitating?
Garrett is visibly hesitating for a second as he is going to try to run that past Rohan just to see what he thinks.
I don't know. I feel like you can be relatively upfront. Like, just say like we were witnesses in a investigation and he asked us to speak to him, or we remembered some more information. I don't know.
If they're having like go ahead.
Yeah, so we were involved in an investigation that he was working on prior to the lockdown, and he asked us to reach out to him if we had any more information for him.
Okay, she kind of gives a nod. Oh, okay, I can go see, of course. Need just a minute.
Thank you.
And she heads over, and you can see her talking to someone, and then talking to someone else, and then the three of them like walk into the guardhouse.
I guess we'll wait.
All right. Anything else? Like, as you're kind of waiting, like, you can see two of the other guards who are stationed here are kind of, like, looking at you, and, like, they're obviously talking about you.
And we listen in.
You're getting closer enough to listen in, or?
Well, if we can like, casually do that versus, nonchalant listen in versus like, oh, hey, what are you guys saying?
Yeah, give me a int notice to see if you can hear anything.
Change that to int, and we're gonna roll.
You can't make out a lot. It just seems like, from what you're getting, it's just idle chatter about, like, them complaining about the fact that people are still trying to get in.
Right. Hey, we didn't say we were trying to get in. We were just trying to, whatever. All right.
Oh,
fine.
hey, not all of them were privy to the conversation. A few moments later, probably close to 10, she comes back and, it seems that, there's someone who's actually on their way who will be able to help you with this. If you you just stick around for just a minute? Just need to get things in order here. They're working on some stuff, alright?
Okay.
Does she, like, looking at her, does she seem like
Yeah.
we're being set up? Like she
Yeah.
wants us to wait here to make a move?
Something about that made me feel weird.
Yeah.
Give me a wisdom into it. I mean, she seems kind of young. She might just be new and stressed out. Like, it might seem off, but, like, you can't really, like... She just seems like she's mostly just young and a bit confused.
Can I do one through the earring?
No.
Alright, you gotta ask, right? You gotta ask, but fair enough.
Ray's gonna go sit on a bench and wait.
Might as well just wait, I guess, at this point, but I'm not going to sit down. I'll go, like, lean on a wall near, but...
Alrighty. After maybe 5 more minutes, you see someone you don't recognize. Goatee, mustache, kind of brownish red hair, a very fancy kind of blue and gold cloak. Maybe 40s, coming walking in your direction.
Is he recognizably a Bright?
Not at first glance. I thought there was gonna be like a follow-up question to that. I'm sorry.
No, sorry. That was like, you know, is he a Bright or is he just another, like, guard? Can I recognize, like, a rank or anything? Is he like a...
He doesn't at first
Like a
glance, but like it's
captain or-
obvious that whatever he is, he's important, based off the fact that like everyone kind of like diverted to him.
Okay.
And he comes out, and his cloak is like, he's got like a big jacket and then a cloak over it, like very wide. Like his clothing makes him seem like a very wide person. He's pretty tall, like maybe 6'1", 6'2". And he just kind of, hello, here you were looking for a Bright on duty regarding information?
Well, not just any Bright. There was one in particular that we had spoken with recently. I'm afraid we never caught his name, though.
Well, there are many of us, and we are not one to give way often to information we do not need to. But
He was stationed here just before the lockdown.
yes, I think I know of whom you mean, but at this point, he begins walking with you guys away from the guard, who he just kind of motions, and she heads back. I am a Bright, but not exactly a soldier, though I have worked with the man before.
Are we able to speak with him?
No, he is needed elsewhere with the investigation. But rest assured, anything that you need assistance with, I'm more than able to do so. He told me what is going on. Told me about the strangeness at the gate yesterday that preceded the veritable clusterfuck that yesterday truly was. So, what is it that you need to, divulge as information exactly?
Well, were we able to get a location of where they were storing all that gunpowder? The new location?
I don't remember. I think you did. I think you had a pretty good idea. Like, based on Rowan, I believe, ear-ringing it over, was it?
Yeah, I feel like I tried to memorize, but I didn't do a very good job. But
Yeah, so you had, like, a general idea, but not perfectly.
Yeah.
You're aware that there may be some individuals in the Ducal Guard who are compromised?
Yes, that is one of the reasons I'm here.
Okay. We were able to locate a store of explosives that was in the middle of being moved, hence the large explosion yesterday. They moved as much as they could and then detonated what they were unable to move. We have a rough location for the new...
At this point, he puts
stockpile
a
of
finger up
explosives.
for you to stop. This is more information than I was expecting, given the circumstances. I would like you to come with me. I'd like to discuss this a little more in private and a little more in detail, if you would be so willing.
I will look around at Frey, and I believe Mira came with us as well again, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, I will look to see at their responses to that. And if we can't trust the Brights, I don't believe they've been infiltrated as yet.
Can we just get like a vibe check on him? Like, does he seem like he's luring you into, I don't know, a trap, or like he's too excited?
Frey is the man. What does he have in his hands? Is he wearing like any jewelry, gloves?
He does have gloves on, yeah.
Okay. Frey would like to put his hand out as if for a handshake and say, "Yes, well, we'll speak with you."
He starts to shake back at, what are my manners?
This is so rad.
I am going to use my emotional resonance on him.
That's so fucking cool.
Or on his gloves in particular.
That's awesome. I love that.
The strongest emotion you feel from this glove is a mixture of frustration and disappointment. From a man who seemed so excited, so full of life.
Okay. And now, I know I need one uninterrupted minute of focus. So now Frey is going to humble.
Real quick, as he's
Okay.
shaking your hand, he just he does introduce himself. Arthur Robbins, at your service.
Arthur Volans?
Robbins.
Robbins. Arthur Robbins. Thank you.
So Frey is. Yes, it's a pleasure. And Frey is going to wobble a little on his feet, and he is going to feign an unexpected fainting spell.
Okay, this is less elegant than what was happening before.
Well,
So I can hold on to his hand for hopefully a minute, because I want to dig deeper into my emotional
okay,
resonance.
so you're feigning fainting.
Yeah, basically, like, he's feigning, like, a dizzy spell or something, so he's kind of, like, holding on to this guy for, like, support in this moment.
Okay, give me a charisma perform.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Nice.
Heck
As
There
you-
we go.
All right.
As
Holy
you
shit.
fall
There
to
we
faint,
go.
the man looks a little flattered. But like as he's like holding you up, he then like looks back to the rest of you. Is he all right? And like
yeah, I mean,
slowly goes
Mirror-
to like lay Frey down.
Mira doesn't know what's going on, so she's gonna be like, "Oh no, Frey!" and
yeah,
like
and,
dive
like,
to
Yeah.
catch him.
It's been a bit of a rough night for us, as I'm sure you can guess. So he should be okay in a moment or two.
Okay. I like waiting for like I guess Mira's gonna help Frey.
Yeah.
Frey is going to, like, squeeze this guy's hand, and say, I'm sorry, I just feel a little. And I would like to dig deeper with my emotional resonance.
God, this is the stupidest emotional resonance ever.
It
Give
was
me a
so
wisdom
cool,
magic
and then it
check.
got so.
If this fucking works. Oh.
I didn't think it was stupid.
No,
No,
it's,
I love it. I love it.
No, yeah.
I
it's
love
not
it.
stupid in that
It's
you're-
just
it's
like
just
normally there's like this sense of like mysticism. Now Frey's like,
yeah.
I'm gonna faint while holding his hand.
Yeah,
And it
that's-
works. All right, ask
I
your
think-
question.
I think just the
Oh.
contrast between like I shake his hand and learn everything about him. Okay, I need another minute. I faint. It's like
Frey can make anything work, so there we go.
Absolutely.
All right,
At
what's your
least-
question?
Okay,
They're alive.
my question is he corrupt? Is that why he's frustrated? Is he going through the same thing as all the other guards?
Regarding the feeling from the of frustration and disappointment,
Yes, that's right.
the feeling seems to come from the fact that he was promised them to be warm, but they have been cold and not keeping his hands warm since it started snowing.
Okay.
But he really likes how they look.
I hate you, Robert.
Okay. So question: Does my ability just not work the way I think it does?
Well, you're asking a question about the impression, which is the strongest emotion or feeling of the object or area, not who it
Okay.
belongs to.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
That's
Okay.
fair. That's so funny.
Hmm.
All right. Well. Well, you have a very good idea of how he feels about his gloves.
Yeah, since you already know who it's associated with, you can't really ask about that. And you asked about, you know, where that emotion came from, essentially.
Okay, so basically I can get the sense that the only frustration he is feeling is because of the gloves themselves. And like can I be like reasonably I'm just trying to understand
Seemingly, yeah,
If
like
I
that's...
can get anything useful from this.
Yeah,
or if it was just-
seemingly there would be a reason that is the strongest emotion being felt.
Okay. So Frey will, I'm sorry. It's been, as they said, it's been rough. I mean, after everything that happened yesterday and that explosion and, I'm sorry.
All right. Come in. We need to sit down, get warm anyway.
Thank you. But yes, we'll share whatever we know, and he'll kind of give Garrett and Mira a meaningful look, saying, "Yeah, I think we can trust him."
All right. Yeah. So Frey, you're sure you're feeling better?
Better enough that I can walk to a nice warm place to sit down. Yes.
Fair enough.
You sure?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry to make you worry.
He guides you into the one where you were yesterday. It's the one next to it. Right. So I apologize that there are only the 2 chairs in here, and
I'll
be
stand.
needing one of them, but you can see there's a small table. Like, if you turned it long ways, you might be able to have 2 people eat a small dinner at it, but it is turned so it's not. And then in the middle, there is a small sigil. Looks like created with some sort of, like, looks like bright, like, cobalt blue ink. And then on top of it is a single ring. Like, just looks like a plain gold ring.
I mean, I'll gesture for Frey to take the seat since Frey almost passed out outside for no known reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Frey will sit down gratefully.
Now, I need you to know that this is completely and utterly of your own accord. It is not something that can be forced upon you. But if you are to hold your hand so that... And he motions to the ring in the middle of the sigil. So that this ring touches your palm, you would not be able to utter a lie, not but the truth. I need to know that we are working with the truth.
I'll step forward.
While Frey is sitting in the chair across from him.
I'm gonna think to Garrett, make him use it first. Just to confirm that he's good.
I think that we'll all be comfortable, or more comfortable, if you would be willing to use it as well. Just because it can be difficult to... We've already had...
Without saying anything, he moves his hand into the sigil. You see his hand start to glow slightly, and as he lowers it down, the ring begins to, like, you start to see, like, smoke coming around his palm, where his palm is now on top of it, and he places it down, and you can smell almost, like, a little bit of burning. He doesn't flinch at all. And as he, like, then turns his hand over, you can see the ring has burnt into his palm.
Well then.
Oh,
My name is Arthur Robbins. I am a bright of some repute who works for the country of Vacania. And I am doing an internal investigation into who may or may not be corrupt or trustworthy within the Ducal Guard.
And theoretically, if someone were to lie, what would happen? Or attempt to lie?
You
For
cannot.
example, like, you can't. So if
I
I were to put
cannot lie right now.
so you can't say that the sky is like green or anything.
I could not even mislead you.
Okay.
Were I to say that I'm not sure what color the sky is with any level of sincerity, I would be unable to do so.
Can you just make him say the words, I am not myself corrupt?
He looks a little annoyed that somehow you guys are interviewing him.
All right. Okay, that's fine. We just wanted to. All right.
Okay. All he said is that he's leading investigation. He didn't say
As-
he wasn't corrupt.
As Frey is our most eloquent individual, I think it might be better to have them able to lie. So I'll put my hand in to.
You
Plus, does Frey want this ring burned into their hand?
Frey was actually about to ask, is that going to leave a scar?
He, at this point, pulls his hand so that it is vertical, the palm facing you, and as he pulls it out of the sigil's area, the ring falls out, no scar or anything. It falls back into the center of the sigil, roughly.
That's
Frey
handy.
relaxes a little in the chair.
But I will use it first, unless anyone else has any objections.
Nope.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll stick my hand in and allow the magic to work.
You don't feel any pain, nothing. It just burns in to the point where there's just a circle in your hand. Right. Who are you?
For the record, I am Garrett Redwater Viacourt, husband to Vivian Viacourt, and member of Fortune's Accord.
What, pray tell, is the Fortune's Accord?
The Fortune's Accord is the name of our group, for lack of a better word. It's basically just a collection of friends that have.
He just like
developed over
motions,
some
like he
travel
starts
from-
circling. He's like, yeah, I got it. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
You just got a dad description of everything, and you could beat this easily. Oh. Well, Mr. Viacourt, you are here. You were working with a Bright yesterday, but you don't know his name.
No, we did not get his name.
Did you trust him?
Yes.
And what of the Ducal guards that you worked with? Did you trust them yesterday?
We worked with.
I'm referring
Some
to the
of
one
them-
found dead.
Yes, we had trusted her. We had seen her before. However, something happened to her. We're not entirely sure, and she ended up dead. She was at the location of the dissidents, or what you would call them. She was at their safe house.
And what are you
dead.
trying to do today?
We're trying to establish. Well, first of all, we wanted to get word to him that there was a cache of explosives under the city that was being used by these guards, as that could be related to the explosion, the original explosion in the Palace District. Additionally, we're trying to find any leads that we can on this guard, Sergeant Eddie something or other. Frey, what was the guard sergeant's name again? I forget. We were calling her Eddie for the whole time.
Her name is... let me find it.
Edith something, maybe?
Edith Fulmer.
Edith Fulmer, yeah, her. She seems to be Osmond McBrennan's left hand in this plot.
He, like, immediately after you say Edith Fulmer, he just gives, like, a very slow, knowing nod, and, like, he's kind of been resting his chin against the palm of his hand, his elbow on the side of the table, and he finally sits up. And you are trying to stop this, Edith
Yes.
Fulmer. And her organization as well?
Mm-hmm.
Very well. He stands up and motions for you to do the same.
I will stand up.
As you do, pulling your hand away from the sigil, the circle, the ring falls out of it, landing on the side of the circle again. So, you all seem trustworthy on this. I'm appreciative that there are people who are working on this, though these circumstances are questionable at best. And he kind of like... He doesn't quite glare at you, but he definitely like squints his eyes and just kind of... So what is it that you need now? What is it we can do to push this along a little bit better?
Any information on where she could be hiding? We're trying to track her to track Osmond, because if we can take him out, this whole thing, it seems like he's the linchpin to this whole operation. Also, if we could get someone in about removing this gunpowder to a less...
He gives another just knowing half nod at that. Well, first we're going to need to find people that we can trust, which is a big issue right now with how apparently deep this goes. You see, I do not like making my presence known. I do not like my face being out here. I'm not a bride who is going to fight on the front of any war. Kind of just like stands up again, or he kind of like flourishes as he stood up and just like, I do not hold weapons. I do investigations. This is most unusual in all accounts. But here we are. And he kind of narrows his eyes. We are going to find people who are good and trustworthy to handle this, but in the meantime... Emotions. Everyone here can be trusted. Except for... There is one guard that has been working here for a little while by the name of Ayman. You'll recognize him. Found out this morning. He's being apparently held under some duress by this MacBraonan.
That seems to be his way. He finds a way to blackmail people into working for him, typically starting with their families or debts.
He gives a nod. Yes, well. As long as you do not make sure that it comes back to him. We are all trustworthy here. We are just unable to... He pauses. We are going to have one chance to deal with this before it all falls apart again and they scatter like roaches. So we cannot show our hand just yet.
I just remembered. I gotta get closer.
You're cutting out. What?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen. I just remembered. There also seems to be something going on with Corval related to Osman and his crew. They seem to send the troublemakers there, or they say they have the troublemakers' families in Corval, and people who go there disappear, and there doesn't seem to have been any trade or anything. It's weird. There seems to be lack of contact with Corval.
He kind of just raises an eyebrow. Curious. Perhaps it'll be something worth looking into once the Ducal Guard here in Artaviste are cleared out. Perhaps it will solve itself. So what can Bacania do to assist you right now?
Entrance into the Palace District. We have reason to believe that they're planning an attack on the Viacourt estate once they find a way in.
If they're not already in, they would not get in. Things are... Kind of narrows his eyes and looks down for a second. How do you know this?
On the body of the guard who was found, or you told us that Ronnie, you told us that the guard had a note from Osman threatening Garrett and his family, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So on the guard's woman who was found dead at their safe house was a note specifically threatening my wife and family.
And we heard them speaking at a meeting just last night. They said that they were searching for a way in to attack the estate.
Did they mention tunnels? I think they mentioned tunnels.
I don't remember mention of tunnels.
We already have redoubled our efforts to protect against the problems that they were using the sewers for before. Every entrance has been guarded. And while I have not personally saw to it, those under my command have seen to it that all of them are trustworthy. He motions. Go. I will have a writ ready for you when you... He pauses, just in case. He holds out a parchment and you see a quill immediately just animate out of its inkwell and begin very quickly scrawling. He finishes it. It then floats into his hand where he signs his name. He stamps it shut with a wax seal, and as he does, he like holds his middle finger on the wax seal for a second, and it just flashes with a slight glow.
Was it magically sealed, or is that to ensure that only we can open it, or...
Can be opened if needed, so they can see that your writ is possible and good.
Okay.
That was just some insurance. The way things are, we don't need anything getting destroyed around here.
Exactly.
Now, and he hands it to Garrett, who's doing most of the talking.
Yay. I will secret that into a secure pocket inside of my coat.
You have free reign. The city is yours. Find what you can. Keep them safe. We'll continue our hunt, but we must do so in secret as well. As I said, we're going to have one chance for this.
Right.
No pressure.
This guard you mentioned, Iman. Is he aware that you're onto him?
Not at all.
Well, then maybe he's someone we'll be able to follow.
Perhaps. I do not know when his shift here ends, but I will wager around sundown. You're free to do so.
Thank you.
As I said, just make sure that no one knows about this, because as we've said, and he gets not uncomfortably close, but close enough to really emphasize, as
We
I
have
said,
one shot.
one chance before they scatter. And if we do not get all of them, this will not be cleansed, and we will have to fight from the beginning again. That is not what the Duchess or anyone from Vacania wants. Losing trust in the Ducal Guard, who have been here and have done so much good. He just shakes his head. You're free. You should be able to access anything you normally would. No bright protection laws will stop you. But they may keep you in the city. Afraid I cannot overwrite that one quite as easily. And he gives not a smile, but a bit of frustration at that. If you need to leave, find me here. I will make sure that you're able to do so.
Thank you. This is a great help already.
I'll go.
Indeed.
No people in danger. Go.
All right. So I will communicate all of this as it's been happening to Rohan over the earring.
Make him say he isn't corrupted the ring. Robert won't stop taunting me.
I don't know what you're
He's
talking
already
about.
done all this stuff. He can't.
Doing that now would be awkward.
Just
Yeah.
leave them. Hey, wait a minute. Are you evil?
You're gonna let yourselves die because it's awkward. Please just ask him.
I mean, Alex would.
Be like, look, before we leave, we're putting ourselves in your trust. Can you please just grab the ring and specifically say, I am not corrupt?
Mira doesn't have the earring.
I know.
No, but
I'm
he's
begging Garrett.
he's begging Garrett. Garrett will let out a big sigh, just like turn to him, and just like with the most like awkward, and I can't believe I'm having to ask this after everything we've just done. Just for the sake of
as you go to talk, he looks at you. I'm not corrupt. And it is very uncomfortable that there's a voice in your head telling you I might be.
Is he holding the ring?
No.
Make him hold the ring!
wait, how would you know if there's a voice in my head?
He's a bright.
He's a bright.
I'm sure he...
I
Sir,
like how-
please... Sir,
Well,
please... Sir, please say this with the ring. Can
He
you
gives
please
the
hold
most
ring?
annoyed, glazed over look at you, Garrett.
You can be annoyed. Just please do it so that we know we're not all gonna die when we walk out of this room.
Sorry, my friend is extremely paranoid.
For good reason. The last person we talked to died.
I'm assuming you're at least hearing part of his conversation with me.
It is one of the more uncomfortable things I've experienced.
Yeah.
But yes.
We have another friend. Just be glad you're not listening to their conversation.
He heads back over, and with a deep sigh that only this party could convince someone with so much dignity to do, puts his hand, this time his left hand, over it, very quickly, holds his hand up, palm up so you can see. I am not working for Osman MacBraonan or any of his ilk.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
On that note, we'll get out of your hair and leave you alone. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. Look, if there's one thing Rohan is good at, it's lying, okay? I know this whole bullshit of like, I'm a bright and I'm leading the investigation into who's corrupt.
Hey, he can hear you. He can hear you.
That's fine. That's fine. He can hear me.
All right. Can we just hold on to this till we walk away? I don't need him more.
I mean, I'm thinking this either way, so that's on him.
Oh.
Whether or not I say it to you, I'm thinking it, so.
Yeah. All right. Let's. All right. Let's go.
Frey will look over at Mira and just like hold out his hand to get a hand up.
Of
'Cause he's
course.
still playing the weak leg.
Of course.
Thank you.
And you guys head out.
Garrett is just like shaking his head, like semi-shamefacedly as.
Look, here's what I know, okay? If I was holding a ring that made you say the truth and I was corrupt and I wanted to make people not notice, you know what I would say? I'm a bright and I'm leading the investigation into who's corrupt. I wouldn't mention whether or not I was. Somebody who's corrupt can be leading the investigation. All that requires is that somebody who's too stupid to know that they're corrupt trust them.
That's just the plot of Death Note.
Exactly.
All right, you're not wrong. We're having the conversation right in front of him, and even if you're not like having it, you're still thinking it. So I'm just.
Well, you should have asked him when I told you to ask him in the first place. It's not my fault that you didn't. Gosh. Anyway, sounds like he's safe. So good. Thank you. Actually, no thank you. You didn't even ask him. He heard me ask him.
So, by some miracle, you guys get through there, and in an alleyway somewhere on the other side of the city, Strieg is watching a very heated Rowan thinking angrily. That was your cue, guys.
I mean, I'm just thinking, so I think finally after this happens, I'm like, oh, okay, thank God. Anyway, the others are fine. It seems like they found a Bright we can trust. So what's the deal with this dude?
What's the house looking like now, Robert? Same deal? Guards everywhere?
There is one guard positioned outside. You still recognize it as the one from before. Who you believe to be, you have seen and would believe to be corrupt.
Only at the front door?
Yes.
Does there appear to be anyone in the house that we can tell?
You don't see anyone, but, like, you can't really make out, like, anything on the second. Like, essentially before, you could see there was someone moving around in, like, the front entryway. Beyond that, again, they're townhomes. There's not a lot more you can see.
Mm-hmm. So, back door?
Yeah, I think that's the move.
Alright, we'll sneak around to the back door, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, to the back door you go.
Is it still locked?
Wildly enough, yes.
I will try and pick it.
All right.
Having somebody killed on his front step didn't make him more comfortable.
Give me a dex sneak. It is very easy to pick. A beginner could have done this in probably 10 seconds. It took you maybe 5.
Nice.
Slowly push the door open.
You actually have to pull it. They believe in fire safety.
Good for them. They're doing better than my apartment building.
It's Artaviste. Listen, everything there's up to code. Yeah, so you pull it open and slowly squeaks open. It probably isn't used too much.
What do we see just from the threshold?
You can see a mug or tankard sitting on a small kitchen table. You can see there is a, like, what looks like a plate set up and then a fork on the ground. You can see all the way, like, the hallway's not long, but you can see, like, you can see the shoulder of the guard out front. Like, it goes all the way down.
Mm-hmm.
And, there's a stairway up to the second floor.
Okay. I mean, I think we do it.
All right. Heading upstairs?
Yep.
Yeah, why not?
All right. There are 2 bedrooms upstairs.
We'll check them both.
There's no one in either of them. Seems like the house is yours. You can see where it looks like they were not quite, like, destroyed, ransacked, but, like, some of the drawers aren't shut all the way, and, like, you know, it's obvious someone was looking for something in here.
I assume you would have mentioned, but there's not like a big pool of blood somewhere upstairs, right?
No, I would have mentioned.
Okay. Just making sure.
Cool blood was you all along.
Does it look like Keller was the one who was ransacking his own place?
If you can describe to me how someone can tell who ransacked something,
That's a very good question. All right, I will.
I could probably give you an answer.
I will say, does it look like they opened everything that could conceivably hold things? Or was it like, well, these are like the 3 places that I keep things?
Ah, yes. It looks like the former. Like, a lot of stuff is open. The drawers are only half shut. Like, there's, like, pants sticking out where they just shoved the drawer shut. That kind of thing.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Well,
I guess the answer is yes, you can. You can actually ask me to describe whether or not you were able to identify who ransacked it.
Both bedrooms are ransacked.
It looks like mostly the slightly larger one.
right.
Second bedroom look like it should be kids.
It does. It has 2 small, like, single beds in it.
Shit.
Okay. Well, I mean, it seems like he's okay, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, he's definitely been arrested at least.
You think so? I mean, maybe he just made a run for it after he saw a corpse on his front step.
I don't think he saw the corpse before someone else did.
That's fair. Okay. Well, shit. All right. Well, I don't think we're gonna get any information here unless, like, I mean, like, I'll look around just to see if there's anything that will maybe point us to, I don't know, like, who he's been answering to, where they've been meeting, because he was one of the corrupt guys. So.
All right, yeah, give me a notice. You begin looking around, and after a couple of minutes, you notice something. You notice something that, like, it's one of those things where, like, in retrospect, it's very obvious to you, but maybe not at first, because you're, like, too close to it.
Mm-hmm.
You're checking in a very similar way to how it was ransacked. As if someone else was looking for information about who he might have been reporting to. All the same areas have already been checked. Like, you pull out, like, each of the drawers, you check for any kind of false bottoms, you check a desk, make sure to, like, check it twice. You can see that there's a locked drawer at the bottom, but the lock looks like it was busted. Not like, it doesn't look like someone, like, took a, like a crowbar and just, like, broke the whole thing, but it looks like the lock was busted.
Right.
And, whatever was in there is kind of strewn about now. It looks like mostly it is, like, kids' letters. Like, looking at it, it looks like a kid, like, learning to write or something. Stuff like that. In various parchments and journals.
Okay. That's sweet.
Anything recent from Corval?
Nothing is dated that you can see.
Okay.
There's also a looks like a an inkwell that is, it's like a bright, like, almost like a bright but deep green, if that makes sense. Yeah. Like, for an inkwell, like, it's very obviously green, but it's like a deep forest green. And you can see where it looks like it was, like, you can see, like, string where it was, like, wrapped as if to be a present at some point. The inkwell is broken in the corner of the bottom of the thing and leaking.
Okay. Interesting. So I'm guessing that the people, the corrupt Ducal guards, were looking for who he might have been reporting to because they because when Strieg was disguised as him, he was acting weird, and so they thought that, oh, he must be like a double agent or a triple agent or whatever in this case. So that's why they wanted to kill him. But then once they were in his house, they wanted to know who exactly he would have been reporting to that would have made him be a triple agent or whatever. But I guess there's a question of, I think probably he's not in custody then, though, because I mean, I guess maybe if he was like, no, I'm on your team, I swear, and they were like, no, we're gonna go find evidence, then maybe that way. But feels like looking through someone's house for proof is what you do when you don't have access to the person to get it from them.
I mean, I guess it's possible that he did get picked up by the not corrupt guard, and they're just, dead body on porch.
Yeah.
So they could have been ransacking to try and find a connection to Ozzy.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, I don't think we're getting any more information here, so I guess we might as well get out of here. Unless there's anything else you wanted to look for, but seems like this dude's gone. I mean, I guess like basic question, but like clothes aren't gone, right? Obviously they didn't pack everything, but it doesn't
it doesn't look like he left. Like there's no, it's not like, it doesn't look like they did the whole suitcase in the middle of the night thing or anything.
Right. Okay, fair enough. Okay.
As we go back down and out through the kitchen, does it look like he was interrupted in the middle of a meal?
I would say it definitely looks like, yeah, like based on the fact that like there's a plate down, there's a fork on the floor, there's a mostly full, like half full tankard. It definitely looks like it was like an interruption during breakfast or something, or like as breakfast was starting.
At breakfast?
Oh. Or, I'm sorry, that would have been dinner. Sorry, I'm
Okay.
brain farting, yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Listen, the man likes his pancakes. He can't have pancakes at 10 o'clock at night?
He can do whatever he wants, just...
Breakfast
he
at
might
10 o'clock
be
at
dead
night.
because of it. I love breakfast for dinner, so...
It's the only time I hate breakfast for breakfast.
Yeah.
Much weirder take.
I shouldn't have killed that guy then, because that means that he was probably awake when he was breaking in.
I mean, he still would have gotten the drop on him. And, like, literally, the guy had the door open, so it's not like you waited till the last possible second. And also, he very explicitly was coming to kill him. It's not like... This was not like a... Like, I don't know.
To read between the lines, there was almost no chance that one of them wasn't going to die.
Yeah. I would rather it be the guy who came to murder him.
I guess. Alright, well, what now?
Do we think I need to save spell slots for today? Because if not, then I can read this guard's mind out front.
Robert, what time is it?
Early afternoon? Like, maybe 1, 2 o'clock? Maybe as late as 3 at this... yeah, like 2-ish.
I'll take it. I'll take the risk. I'm gonna read this guy's mind.
I'll take the risk of using this incredibly useful spell that will break open the investigation at any minute. Oh, all right.
Well, I just don't want to use my spells. Well, the problem is that I can only disguise 4 people with 1 user.
And
so
the
it's
party
like,
is very inconveniently 5.
yes. So
Yeah, next
it's
level.
like, yeah. I mean, any day you want to give us level 5, I'd be
Yeah,
thrilled.
sure. You know what? You're right. Those 3 sessions we just played, those count too, right? Wait, we didn't play those. Dang.
Actually, we were all here doing things. You just missed
Yeah.
it.
I know Alex wasn't. So the rest of you can level up, but I also get to level up.
That's fine.
Anyway, so
should be able to.
No,
what?
don't level up.
That's the part you jump in for? So you focus for a moment, and from the bottom of the stairs, focus, and he is mostly thinking about how annoyed he is that he's stuck on guard duty right now.
Okay. I'm gonna ask. What's the first question? What's the most important question? I guess. How do I phrase it so that it's clear what I mean here? I basically I want to ask, like, where is he reporting to his supervisor? But like, obviously I mean the corrupt supervisor. Probably Rick, but it's unclear if that's who he's reporting to. But yeah, I guess where is he meeting the other corrupt Ducal guards?
All right. That is a mental save.
Yes. Nice.
Where is he meeting the Ducal guards?
The corrupt Ducal guards. The other corrupt
yeah.
Ducal guards.
Where is he meeting the co-conspirators?
Yes. That's a good way to phrase it.
Oh god. So currently, this is a frustrating question to answer. He does not have orders on the current meeting spot, but the backup spot is Harmon's Butchery, which is in the north end of the Commons.
Okay.
Robert, I'm sorry. You could have just said Crime Alley and I would have fucking lost it.
Okay. Okay, cool. Next question. What do we ask? I'll turn to Streak and ask, like, what do we want to know from this guy?
I mean, I doubt he knows where Ozzy or Edie is.
Yeah.
Could ask where he got his orders this morning, because that could be a different spot.
Well, I mean, it sounds like he's expecting that if he's gonna meet up with these people, it's gonna be at the Harmon's Butchery place. So I gotta assume that if we're gonna go find people, that's where it would be.
Ask what the plan is now that they blew shit up.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'll ask what is the current plan for him and his co-conspirators.
Okay. All right, that's another mental save.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going mining on this poor man's brain.
Yeah. Love that.
His current orders are to assist in the cover-up. Beyond that, he is awaiting further orders.
the cover up for? Do we know, or?
His orders are, I mean, you can ask that with the next question.
I think we can assume.
Yeah. I wanna from Garrett and Co.
Mhm.
We didn't hear where Eddie is, right? From the Bright, he didn't know.
No.
Okay.
You think a random guard knows where Eddie is?
I mean, it feels like yesterday we were hearing a lot of people pointing us towards Eddie. I feel like maybe, I don't know, at least maybe a general vicinity, or like, is she in a house? Is she in a sewer? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll ask. Where is Eddie? Edith Fulmer.
Yeah,
All
where's
right.
Edith Eddie Fulmer?
Yeah.
Well,
Right. Well, we did what we could. I mean, we got a meeting place. That's not nothing.
got another spell slot if you want to keep hunting.
Nah, not on this guy. Maybe
think
if we see somebody at Harmon's Butchery when we go there, if and when we go there, then
I think it's time we go and put some rocks down.
yeah, incredible. Let's do that.
Yay.
Oh, all right. So where are the rocks going?
Harmon's Butchery.
All right.
Well, I only have one because I don't have one. So Streak has the only one, but you know,
I thought we all had one.
yeah. But I mean, if we're going
Rowan
now,
and
then
Frey
it's just,
went together, and Frey had 4. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
but I mean, like if we're going straight from here, then it's just going to be the one that you have. But we could meet up with the others and get the others if we want.
Let's check out the butchery.
Cool.
all right, you head to the north end of the commons, and it is definitely the most chaotically designed portion of the city. And there is a small sandwich board style sign that says Harmon's Butchery with a cow that is upside down with an X for an eye.
Okay. That's horrifying, but okay.
It's the point across.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Listen, it's about being remembered, right? Marketing. And I mean, it's a shop. You can see they have you can see like right inside the window there's a lot of hanging sausage links right now.
Are they open?
Yeah. Doors propped open.
Before we go in, does this building back up against a back alley, or is it one of those ones that it's like backed up against another house or something?
There is an alley behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's kind of on like a corner, like the best way I can describe it. Let me go ahead and the best way I can describe it is like you've got like a street here and then a street here, and it's kind of like here. So there's, you know, this alley here, and then there's also this alley here, and then there's a few more shitty buildings in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, there's plenty of ways you could attack this, essentially.
I feel like they aren't gonna meet in the shop at night.
Yeah. I mean, based on where they met the last time, they met in an alley, so
Drop the rock in the alley somewhere.
yeah. Maybe we can let the others know too, and if they want, they can see if they want to drop something off inside as well. But
I will nonchalantly stroll through the alley and drop the rock somewhere.
When you get into the alley, it smells fucking awful. There are flies everywhere. You can see there's maybe a dozen cats that scatter as you get to the alley.
Love that.
And you can see there is someone standing there at the alley, like at the back of the butchery, currently throwing like mostly picked clean rib bones at these cats.
Like at them or like
Not hurling them at them,
okay.
like trying to feed them.
Okay, good.
Okay, good. We thought maybe this guy was evil.
Yeah. I feel like this would have been our second murder of the session if
All
he
right,
was
so
trying
after a couple of minutes, the gentleman heads back inside. He was wearing like a big dirty leather apron, just covered in blood and sinew and guts and all kinds of shit. And the cats kind of start swarming back to near the back door of the butchery.
I will place the rock somewhere where there is a decent view of the majority of the alley.
Okay. All right, nice little like fence next to the not really a fence, but you know, fence post type of thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Anything else you guys are
And I
doing?
guess-
No. Not that I can think of.
Don't think so.
Time to go home and wait.
All right. Meanwhile, Frey, Garrett, Mira,
Mm-hmm.
your journey's continuing. Where to?
Well.
Oh.
Well.
Alex, you were late on your cue.
Sorry, I'm sleepy.
Oh.
So I think the next step is all right. So we talked to Bright. We got some of that going, so that's good.
To the
I think one of our
vehicle
next-
estate?
I was wondering if we want to do we want to be seen going to the Viacor estate so that we give Ayman a reason to go to? You know, because we don't know for sure he's going to go meet up with them immediately after he gets off to after work. He might just, you know, he might meet up every other day, or he might just have a drop.
Yeah, we could definitely give him something to report. Do we know which guard is Iman?
Yeah. A younger gentleman, maybe mid-20s, kind of on the skinny side, bit short. I realized I didn't need to describe that. I could just say yes, you would have recognized him. He would have been described.
Okay. Okay.
So...
We could very well, let him have eyes on us. I would like to have eyes on him as well, though.
Yeah.
You're all carrying eyes in your pockets.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
There is also more than one of you.
That is also
Oh.
correct.
Not all of you need to go in.
Well, if anyone should go to the estate, it should be you, Garrett.
Yeah. Yeah, if anyone goes. It should be me. So yeah, I can go in. Keep an eye on him. And if he starts moving right after I go in, try to follow him or whatever. But yeah, so I guess I will go up to the gate guards, show the writ, and proceed through the gate.
All right. They're able to essentially, like, they're like, all right, well, they don't really question it at that point. They're like, well, if, you know, if Robin's got you, then Robin's word is Robin's word, so you're good. And they are able to approve you through the special ordinances gate, essentially. Special orders gate.
And as they watch him go, Frey will comment to Mira, anyway, it occurs to me now that with him going in through there with the writ, we won't be able to follow to warn him if Hyman does end up on the move.
I didn't think of that either.
Well, I suppose it's too late now.
Oh. I guess we can only do what we can.
Yep. Of course, I don't know you've said that because I've already walked through and have gone. But yeah, you
Okay,
do what
bye.
you can do.
Bye, Dad.
Oh, God. Thus leaving the other two of you just hanging out in the gate.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
All right. So, Garrett, where to first?
I'm gonna go to the Via Court
Straight to
estate.
the Via Court Estate. All right.
Yeah, might as well.
You make your way up to the estate, the winding road up to the palace itself and the estate wing. Seemingly longer, and even though everything looks fine, it feels more threatening and more oppressive than ever. As you get to the gates of the estate, there are two guards, both, you know, trusted guards that have been, do you call guards that have been working for you for forever or working for the duchy? And they just kind of give a nod, one of them, oh yes, welcome. Welcome home. The lady has been so desperately missing.
I'll nod and acknowledge and thank him. And is the Lady Via Court home currently?
She has hardly left the safety of the... He kind of just shakes his head. Has hardly walked in front of a... Has hardly went in front of a window since the attack yesterday. Very afraid. Probably going to be very happy to see you back.
I'll make my way to her then. So I'll make my way over to where my wife is.
You head inside and you can see in the main like parlor she is sitting over a table and just kind of reading a book, and she like looks up and Great. And her face is just, she just like, this wave of relief goes over her as she starts to stand up, holding on the cane. You can see her wheelchair nearby, but like she's walking better now. And as she stands up, then her eyes go wide. No, Garit, you can't be here.
I look at her shortly. Has someone specifically come here to threaten you, or what's going on?
I am... Garit. I'm already a prisoner. She just shudders. After you hid, they... And she just kind of looks up. All around us. He said if you came back, they'd bring it all down.
They can try. The Brights are looking into this.
It's already set up.
It's already set up?
Garit,
Well,
days after you left.
what did they set up?
Was... And she kind of like motions. Like she like stands up, like almost forgetting about the pain for a second in panic, and stumbles for a second. Was no, tell me, was Willis out there? The guard? He was the old one that talked to you.
Yes. Yeah.
No, he's working with them.
He's working with them? Son of a bitch.
Garit. No. They know.
Unless he's gonna trigger whatever it is himself, they have no way in right now. With the lockdown.
She kind of like just leans in close. They're already here.
I am immediately messaging all of this to Rohan over the earring and telling him that he needs to get to Frey and Mira and talk to this Bright Robbins immediately, and that they're already inside the lockdown.
Yeah, I'm going.
I had to have faith that you would figure this out, that you would deal with it. I couldn't let anyone know anything was wrong.
We're doing our best. We had a lead, but I don't know if you heard the explosion the other day.
She just shakes her head.
We've managed to track down more of the explosives and
They're in here.
get that.
They already have everything ready to go.
Well,
You
then
should
I've
get
walked
her in
into
here.
it.
Kenny, whatever happened yesterday, last night they came here. I don't know where they are now, but last night, Osmond was here.
Osmond was here. Son of a bitch.
Said if I was good, if I listened, everything would be fine. It asked me to contact you.
Did he have a message for me? Aside from threatening to blow up everything?
I don't know. I think you wanted to meet. I'm to be his hostage. But now we both are. What do we do, Kenny?
Having made my way the rest of the way over there in the meantime, I just hold her to me and tell her if he wants to meet, he's not going to blow everything up. He's not going to trigger whatever his trap is. We'll figure a way out of this. I have Rohan he knows that they're inside now, and he's making his way to the rest of the gang, and he's gonna get a hold of Robbins, who's a bright investigator, and we'll figure this out. But if he wants to meet, he's not gonna make any sudden moves. Did he leave you a way to contact him to meet?
No. No, he just said he just wanted to... I was just to be... another hostage, he said. Another answer to control you. Insurance. First it was insurance, then... after yesterday.
Yeah. We were trying to
How many are with
get
him?
back.
How many is it at this point? She just shudders and shakes her head. Kitty. Kitty.
Okay.
And at this point just collapses back into the chair.
Can you get her and leave?
He knows I'm here already.
Yeah.
They'll try to stop. Will try to stop us from leaving, if anything.
Yeah, but it sounds like they have your place monitored and rigged up or something.
So, Rowan, with this newfound information, what are you doing?
I'm headed to where Mira and Frey are to go talk to the Bright.
All right.
And
You
to
and
let them
Strieg, turning from your goal to head back, you instead gun it back towards the Palace District entrance, where Mira and Frey are...
So I think Freya would have wanted to find like somewhere nearby where they could keep an eye on the soldiers at the gate. Like if there's like a like cafe or something they could sit at.
Okay, yeah, just someplace you can watch them. Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Not a problem.
Sounds good.
And, yeah, you guys watch as Rowan, and Strieg make their way up and are then approached by that same guard from before. Some half hour ago, maybe? 45 minutes?
It's not... Freya is on his feet.
They weren't supposed to be here, were they?
No, and they look, worried. And yeah, Freya's gonna hurry out of the cafe and over to Rohan and Streak.
I guess I will too.
Hello, I'm sorry, but, access to the Palace District is completely cut off right now. She says to you, Rowan, and I guess Strieg as well.
Yes, we have some issues. Hold on. I like turn to Frey and Mira and I'm just like, we have problems. Garrett and Viv are I don't know, in trouble.
Tell them we need to see Robbins now.
Yes, we need to see the Bright. We need to see Robbins now.
All right, of course, he just headed off to look into something on the other side. I will go and let them know he should be here shortly.
Yes, immediately, please. As soon as possible.
As I said, he is undergoing a lot
understand.
of stress and has been working extra hard to keep the city safe, so it may be a few moments.
There are people in danger, so just be aware.
After she goes, Frey will turn to Rohan and Strigan. What's going on?
I just sort of communicate everything that Garrett's been hearing from Viv so far. Yeah, it sounds like, well, Ozzy was there yesterday, and it sounds like there's people inside the palace already, or inside the Garrett's home already.
Inside the they're inside the estate and inside just they're probably inside throughout the whole palace district.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought that they'd already be inside.
Yeah. And it sounds like Ozzy threatened Viv yesterday, so I don't know. If something's gonna happen, everything is in place already, I guess, so.
And as you guys are waiting, Garrett, you hear the front door of the estate, the Viacor estate open up. And slow footprints and then some clapping. Just light clapping. Right, well... certainly played me a fool for quite a while, Viacor. Oh, Garrett. It's mighty happy reunions.
Without turning around, I just over my shoulder, Osman.
Please, I told you before. Call me Ozzy.
Ozzy, then. I'll turn around at that point. What do I owe the pleasure of you here in my house? Can I get you some refreshment?
Oh, your house, right. Well,
Well, perhaps my wife's house maybe is the better phrasing.
probably, but, it's more of a prison now. Isn't it these days? See, I have but I don't know the exact number, actually. It's kind of beneath my, my command structure these days, but I'd say 22 kegs positioned. Right snap of the fingers, and, well, a couple of remote sparks are nice and easy to, set up with some arcane, carefulness. So let's have a minute and, really talk this through, huh? Or I could just bring the whole thing down on both of you.
Well, as I did offer you refreshments, I think it would be rather rude to spoil that
please.
with some explosions.
I've heard your stories, you and your scouts brigade. Probably slept some poison in it. I'm not going to trust you. What I'm going to do is ask once more very kindly that you get the fuck out of the city and let me do my job. Let me do what works for me.
Well, my understanding is if this is a prison, I can't leave.
Oh, you're free to.
I'm free
But,
to. Just my
The
wife
lovely Vivienne
is
here
not.
is, no, she is, call her my special guest here. At least for now.
And you really think we're that much of a threat to you?
I think you're the only ones looking, and it's not so much you, it's what you do. You ask questions, you make all this nonsense. All this, well, you make a hubbub, I think is what they call it around here. You're always rattling the cage, and well, there's nothing really worse than, all that noise. Makes people look at me. I don't like it when people look at me.
It's about all we've done so far is make noise. You've been ahead of us every step of the way.
And yet I feel like I'm on the back foot. Wild how that works, isn't it?
Sometimes you get lucky, even flailing in the dark.
I'm going to cut you a deal right now.
Admittedly, I am feeding all of this to Rohan over the earring.
Of course. I'll let you leave. I'll let all your friends leave. I just want to be able to keep operating. I already have a scapegoat for this. Shame what happened, but, you know. No one really knows my name, but thanks to you, everyone knows Eddie's. Strange how that works, isn't it?
So you're gonna throw her under the bus
I have to.
if anything goes.
She is going to be the one who has to handle it, yeah. Someone has to be in charge, and it's certainly not me. After all, I didn't ask to. I was just here to settle some debts. But then, no, you had to come around and follow me through all this. All I wanted was just a chance to handle some debts, and I got it a little over my head.
With Blakesley there.
Hi, Blakely. Don't hear that name too much these days.
You sure made short work of her, didn't you?
Well, yeah, she owed me. I didn't think she would have quite the operation going, but, well... Trust me, I'm not wanting to stay here long term. I'd like to get my coin and get out. Not big in the, having people work for me business. Can't really trust them. Eventually, something like this always happens. All these cage rattlers, always people who don't really notice me. But here we are. People are looking at me. People can see me. So
That is problematic.
I'll even let you, Vivian, leave. If you leave, let one of mine escort you. They come back after a week and say, yeah, they left. Saw them all the way to the dock. I'll fucking know however far you make it. Milo Harbor. They come back. We'll set your Vivian free. He kind of shrugs. At this point, pulls out a knife, throws it up in the air, catches it. I could even, no, don't have to set these off, make them disappear like these powder kegs were never here. And I'll all be yours again. Once I'm done. No harm, no foul. I get out of the business. I take it all down with me. Just trust me, I'm not... Like I said, I'm not interested in continuing this beyond the coin I'm getting out of it.
No, what's going on with Corval? No, you're not going to tell me your big plan. Of course not. Tell me this, though. The original explosion. Was that Rochelle Blakesley and whatever this
yeah,
thing
it was Blakely. No fucking idea what her plans were. She kept it tight to the vest.
Well.
She was much more... And he kind of pauses for a second. Idealized. She had her ideals.
Or Robbins.
All of them sucked. She hated... He just waves his arms around him. All of this. So she saw to it. I don't think it was emotions to Viv. I don't think it was her in particular. I think it was just opportunity. Still don't really know who was loyal to her. I mean, anyone who really brought up her name, we just kind of had killed. Couldn't trust them.
Fair enough. So you just want us to leave so you can keep doing your thing and leave on your own with whatever money you've got.
Oh, yeah, I'd like to get out of this myself. Get as much coin as I can from this and just get the fuck out. This is too much for me. Trust me, bit off way more than I could chew with this operation. Don't know what Blakely was into, but, it was a lot. Let me tell you.
See, my only real issue with that, aside from obviously having to deal with the fact that you killed all those guards way back in Point them in, and have repeatedly threatened myself, my friends, and my family. So a couple small hurdles there. Let's say I take you up on your offer. How do I know that you're not going to blow this whole place up once I get on the other side of the magical wall, or down the river, or wherever?
Because I don't want people to notice me. Never have.
You said you already have a scapegoat.
Exactly. I don't want to be shaking the cage no more. Then people start asking, well, why? Why attack the vehicle or state again? And then they ask, well, she didn't do it. Why would she?
And you said you'd let all my friends go?
You leave, get out. Give it a couple of weeks, you'll have her free. I just want to see that you're, Milo Harbor. You stay there.
What about Roland? He's gone missing.
Who the fuck is Roland?
Looks very much like Strieg.
He kind of narrows his eyes. Don't know. I could ask. I hate that Garrett's the only one here. This is so upsetting.
This is...
He doesn't have anyone he can steal spells from.
Nope, he doesn't have anyone he can steal spells from, but at the same time, I also can't...
just too bad, isn't it?
I can't, well, first of all, I can't just take a shot at him because I've got no backup. He's got the whole place rigged to blow up, so it's not like I can just attack him either.
Look, show goodwill, good faith, whatever you want to call it. And he puts the dagger he was kind of dancing with back in its sheath. I'm gonna walk out of here. I'm going to start, I'll start writing out a list of everyone who works for me. I'll give it to Vivian while I leave. We're done here. And, she can say that you helped to put it all together. You become heroes. Again. And I don't... Let me make this very clear. I do not take responsibility for the big explosion in the... He just kind of motions vaguely west. Or vaguely south. I don't want...
of course, Eddie.
Well, in actuality, I think it was. I didn't give orders to blow anything up. I said if they were getting caught, to just dump it all in the sewers. Sewage will make it go... whatever. Explosions are noticeable. Not my style. Meanwhile, after maybe 10-15 minutes, yeah, probably about 15 minutes of waiting, you guys. The guard woman comes back. It seems he, Mr. Robbins was, indisposed. He had an emergency he needed to have taken care of. So it'll be probably a little while longer. Not exactly sure where he went. He said he had an emergency, he would be back.
You need to let us into the Palace District, then.
I'm afraid I do not have the authority to do so. Only the Duchess, her personal guard, or certain members of the Brights are able to do so and override the Bright protection laws, curfews, and lockdown sequences and laws.
He gave us a writ earlier, but Garrett took it with him when he went in, and he's in danger now. I just like turned to the others, like kind of helplessly, like, what do we do?
I mean, there's nothing we can.
Can you send somebody then to the Vitacourt estate?
Give me a charisma convince.
Okay.
There's a man there right now threatening them.
Alright, we can send someone. In fact, I'll see if I can go personally. How's that?
Probably in on it.
Yes.
Are you a Bright?
No?
No.
This is just a guard. You may want either a Bright or some backup. The person who's there is dangerous.
Alrighty. And as you guys are very, she just, like, gives a half nod. We'll find out what happened, alright? Just relax. And MacBraonan, meanwhile, just... So we're going to have a deal with this then, is that right?
Give me 5 minutes to talk with my wife.
You and your conversations. It's honestly ridiculous. Just motions for you to hurry up. As he does...
Yeah.
Oh man, this is actually gonna change the end of the scene.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's right. Garrett, you notice something moving in the shadows of the corner of the entry foyer, coming out from behind. It's like the shadows of one of the drapes.
Can I get a better like notice on it surreptitiously?
Your danger sense only says that you become aware of execution attacks on yourself or those in your presence just in time to spoil the attack. So you're seeing someone who is seemingly brandishing something coming out of the shadows. What are you doing? You get a reaction to it.
I will kneel down and cover Viv from in front of whatever the direction of that is. Like I'm trying to talk to her. And I'm hoping that it's someone trying to take out MacBraonan instead of me.
And, with that... 1 second, I'm pulling up all the stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's so much to juggle here. Sorry.
I had to get up. I'm walking around right now.
No, this is incredibly stressful. Holy shit. Alright, since you don't know who the figure is, I'm just gonna roll this manually, I guess. Oh boy. Yeah, that's gonna hit Osman.
Hey.
And that does 13 damage as you see this singe of just burning, just as he just he turns around in fear, drawing a dagger again. You can see on his back, Garrett, where there are now just slashes of just these massive gashes of blood that are sizzling across his back. He just, no, and he like backs towards you. And you see coming out of the shadows the Bright that you ran into earlier, Arthur Robbins.
Oh, holy shit!
Hey!
Holy shit!
Damn. He was on it. He was
Get him,
online.
son!
Oh, I fucking love this guy.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm so glad we made him hold the ring and say he wasn't corrupt.
And so, as this fight begins, as this clusterfuck starts, what happens next, we are not sure, but we will find out next week on Next Session. Hope to God it happens, because this is a stressful-ass cliffhanger.
Sure is.
Oh, boy.
Damn.
And we're all gonna be
Oh.
level 5 for
See
it,
that
right?
coming.
Yeah, you're totally gonna level up right before fight, not during downtime.
That
be
gamble.
great.
Oh,
Oh.
that gamble paid off.
Yeah. Thank God. All right, I love this guy.
Weird magic he was doing, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really creepy, shadowy magic.
I wonder if this guy will teach me.
Either that
All
or
you gotta
he's
do is
another
ask.
bad guy.
Oh,
Right?
boy.
Wait,
Right?
Robert, what did you say?
What?
All you've
What
got to
did
do
you
is
say?
ask.
Yeah, all you gotta
Oh,
do is ask.
Yeah.
He'll probably induct you into the fucking party.
Yeah.
The big man
awesome.
magic cult. For big
be
men
sick.
with big cloaks.
And big claws, apparently.
And big, you know, well, there was no claw, just the evidence of what, like, slashes. Oh, boy. Next week, you guys, holy shit.
Oh, man.
Next week, I mean, hey, the investigation into Corval is gonna pay off. You gotta figure out what the fuck's going on there. You got all this shit. It's coming together.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what you guys do. Oh boy.
Did Osman actually write down the list of people
No,
who
he said he was
working for
going
him?
to.
Oh, he said he was going to. God damn it.
It's okay.
It's all right. We'll figure it out.
I feel like half of those guys are just their like families got kidnapped or whatever. So I
Right.
feel like, you know, I don't know.
They're-
How much
yeah.
good that is anyway.
Yeah, there's a good chunk of them who are doing it not because they want to, but because they have to if they want their family to live.
Listen,
Yeah.
you've heard about families hostage and people getting sent to Corval. So, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe you kill two birds with one stone when you get there. You have something more important to worry about right now, which, by the way, I love that everyone else is stuck on the other side of the gate while Garrett gets this showdown with him.
Yeah.
It's a good thing walking around with a giant, longbow and a quiver of arrows in the city of lights here in Artaviste is totally normal and not, illegal or anything. So I can definitely have my bow on me when I show up to this.
Oh,
I'm
I mean,
really
yeah,
excited
you can have
to
your bow
show
on,
up
yeah, that's
after
fine.
Ozzy's already dead, just so I can stab his corpse a few times.
Definitely a big plus there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, on that note, time for bed.
I just want to throw this out there, guys. So you have something to like, I guess what's the phrase? Something to stew on for the next week. Something to simmer with.
Okay.
It's gonna be. I think you guys are going to have a much different reaction in the first 5 minutes of next week than you did at the end of this session.
Yeah, we don't know that this Bright is actually a good guy.
Yeah, I know. I did clock that he said.
He's not working for
Yeah, I did clock that.
Osmond, but we don't know that he's a good guy.
Yeah, I did clock that. I just definitely... I didn't want to push it even more, but,
Well, you'll see next week what's going on.
Wait, can you tell me one thing? Was it a good instinct for me to push this guy to say what he was not saying?
Oh, yeah, I would say it was an incredibly good instinct. Forcing people to admit they're not evil when they, when they have the opportunity to with pure proof is incredibly useful.
Also, having never tried to lie, we don't know that spell actually does what he says it does.
Yeah.
Also kind of true, but I mean, hey. Mira has the ability to identify magical items.
I do, but it's been a month since I've played this character.
I mean, also, I think that, I believe that because it's so easily verifiable once you're holding the ring. That would be such a big gamble to be well, you just can't lie, and then for you to grab the ring and be like,
probably.
I guess
that
would
be one
try.
holy hell of a gamble, though. Holy shit! Could you imagine Rowan pulling that? This magical ring makes it so you can't lie, and then have it enchanted so it looks like it's burning you or something. You're like, oh, well, I don't want to find out what happens if I lie. You don't even have to create an anti-lying ring. You just make it seem like one. Oh, the ultimate Rowan scam.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go to bed now.
It has been a day. Till next week, guys.
Yes, have a good night, everyone.
Night.